Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Green Ribbon Science Panel meeting. My name is Alex Troller, and I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Department of Toxic Substances Control. On behalf of the department, I would like to welcome everyone here today. Thank you for being here this morning. I will be facilitating the public comment period of this meeting.
Try that again.
That's a little better. No, I don't hear the voices in my head. Today's Green Ribbon Science Panel meeting is subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, which preserves the public transparency of the panel's discussions and decisions. As a reminder, to comply with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, we ask that panel members refrain from discussing the agenda topics outside of the meeting. Please take a moment to look around and locate 2 exits near you in the case that we need to evacuate this room. If we do need to evacuate, which we hope is not the case, please take your valuables with you. Our staff will guide you to the nearest exit. And I'd also like to point to the exit signs on the ceiling, which can help guide you out. Once you exit the room, please don't use the elevators, rather use the stairs. And if we need to leave the building entirely, please head across the street to Cesar Chavez Park as the relocation site. We have a few housekeeping announcements to go over. The nearest restrooms are located outside of this room and to the left, and the nearest water fountain is located outside of those restrooms. We'll be providing the opportunity for public comment later this morning, and we ask that anyone who's interested in submitting a comment to please hand in your public comment card. Those cards are located at the back of this room, and you can hand them to Jesse. You can also email your public comment cards to saferconsumerproducts@dtsc.ca.gov, and it can be read aloud. For those attending online, you have all entered in viewer mode with your cameras and mics turned off. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on our website. If you're interested in providing a public comment, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen when it comes time. If the meeting should crash or inappropriately end, first try to rejoin the meeting. It could be an issue with internet. If that doesn't work, after about 5 minutes, please try to rejoin the meeting, as the host may need to restart it. If that fails, please check the GRSP meeting webpage for a new link in about 15 minutes. We'll call on you based on the order of your hands raised and unmute you at that time. If you'd prefer to your comment to be read aloud, you can type into the chat. Again, that's saferconsumerproducts@dtsc.ca.gov if you would prefer to submit via email. For those attending in person, as I mentioned, those comment cards, as a reminder, are at the back of the room. And if you'd like to submit a comment at any point during the meeting, please feel free to go ahead and do so by filling out that card. Now, I would like to introduce the Director of DTSC, Meredith Williams, to kick off today's meeting with some opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to see everyone. Thank you for making your way to Sacramento and meeting with us in person. And as always, imparting your wisdom throughout the day and through the discussion, which I'm very eager to hear today. I had the pleasure of speaking at the Environmental Law Institute's TSCA at 8 training or event today. So 6:30 in the morning, I was on a panel, and which is why I'm a little off, but it's all good. But as Assistant Administrator Michael Friedhoff spoke, and she uses this event always to unveil a lot of things that EPA is doing for TSCA. And so if you're not on their email list, I encourage you to see all the things that they announced this morning. But it just reminded me of the parallels between what they're doing to implement the Toxic Substances Control Act under the Lautenberg Act and what we've been doing with safer consumer products. We're a little bit older than they are, but we've faced a lot of the same challenges. She talked about the the challenges of having adequate resources. And they're still struggling for a lot of resources. Fortunately, I think we are in much better shape in some sense because of the augmentation and because the team has done a phenomenal job hiring talented people to help implement this program, and the fruits of that will become obvious in the coming years. There's also, it was obvious that they have momentum now. You know, they have their first 2 risk management documents out. They have something like 23 risk evaluations that are in the queue and moving. And similarly, if you're not monitoring the Safer Consumer Products website and their timeline, if you look at that timeline, it signals a lot of activity, a lot of work that's going on, and a lot of it which is about to unfold. And, you know, starting 6 months from now, people will see a very different SCP. That's my guess. And it's fascinating to watch that. And then the other thing that struck me was, many things struck me. There was a good discussion about alternatives assessment, which really resonated a lot. But there's a discomfort with this new day, this new way of implementing TSCA. TSCA is actually doing things. They're banning chemicals, they're taking action, and there's a lot of discomfort around that. And I do think that there's still discomfort around safer consumer products and the implementation and the approach. However, with every regulatory step that gets taken, whether that's an enforcement action, whether that's a notice of deficiency on an alternatives analysis, we see, oh, this is how it's supposed to work. This is what it's going to take to make this program have the impact as intended. And I think that's very exciting. And I think that the conversation today is just continues to reflect the maturation of the program. You all have so much to offer. I'm so excited for our new co-chairs to really put their imprint on the work of the panel. And of course, we are just blessed with thoughtful, experienced professionals from a broad range of perspectives that always inform our work. So with that, I think, as Niecy Nash would say, let's get to getting, and we'll get on with the day. Thank you.
So Mike and I are up here already mixing up who goes next. So we're off to a good start. I'm Molly Jacobs, and I have the pleasure of serving as the co-chair of this panel and helping to launch our day. Mike and I here are having to fill very big shoes, having had Kelly and Art stepped down from this position last December. So I want to first run through what's going to be our agenda together today. Today's meeting, as you can tell, is hybrid format. So I believe we have one of our panelist members online. Is that the case? Yes, wonderful. And so Andre is going to kick off our meeting by highlighting a few successes of the recent successes of the program, providing kind of that program update that Carl used to provide in the past. We'll then open the floor to some questions if anybody has anything, especially from the panel itself, clarifying questions at that, and then we'll move to the public. So this will be the time for the public to issue its own comments. So the day is set with a series of presentations. We have 3 kind of sessions that will mark our day. The first is a series of presentations from the Safer Consumer Products staff around improving the program's processes and especially responding to new authorities under SB 502. So we're going to hear about what this bill is, what new authorities are going to be established under this bill, and what it might mean for the program, and some questions that will come up for the panel about how to utilize these new authorities to improve and to forward the program's mission towards its goals. We'll then break for lunch. The plan is to break around 12:30. So hopefully your hunger pains can be kept in check before then. And then after lunch, again, we're moving into two different sessions. One's going to be one about utilizing new tools for the purpose of, prioritizing what candidate chemical priority products might be better utilized using use talks. This tool, we're going to have a deeper dive into how the program has been investigating this tool, what it's found, and some questions that have emerged for the panel. And then lastly, we're going to take on the question of mixtures. We work in a space of consumer products that are not just contained by a single chemical, right? And under TSCA, under so many different authorities, we're trying to figure out how not to work in an environment of one chemical at a time. What might it mean when we switch from one chemical, when there's a mixture involved, formulated products and articles in full. So we're going to take on this question as it relates to the program and what options we might have available to us. So before we launch into this and before I pass the mic to Mike, I want to just acknowledge that the program is at its 10-year anniversary. Super excited, so many successes. And with that, I think this agenda for today recognizes that the program is at a different phase. It's not just implementing what was, but what will be. New authorities, new tools, new opportunities to really fulfill the mission of the program and transitioning kind of the design and use of safer chemicals and products. Well, what does that really need to do? What does it really need to take to get there? And I think the program is thinking really thoughtfully about the tools to use to support that, the authorities that are necessary to support that. So we will really see that in our discussion today. And again, what is being asked of our panel today is how do we optimize? We're at this optimization stage, I think, with the program. And so a lot of what's on our agenda today really asks that question of how do we better optimize the resources, the tools, the staff, the authorities to achieve the mission of the program. So let's think of this question and this term of optimization as we walk through the day together. Before I pass the baton to Mike, I really want to honor the staff involvement of what it takes to put these meetings together. I've put on several different forms of meetings. It always takes twice as many hours and resources to plan something as it does to actually participate in it. And so with that in front of me here are Michelle and Kyle and Caitlin and also Jen, who worked with Mike and I to really help prepare us for this meeting. So thank you for that. We're also going to hear from a number of different staff. Their cards are here. Again, the energy that goes into putting on these meetings and to do them well and to do them successfully. We really need to applaud the staff for the level of energy and resources that goes into these events to make them successful. So thank you for all of that. And lastly, I'm just really excited to serve as your co-chair and to do it here with Mike. I guess for that, I'm asking for your patience and for your humor as we navigate this first facilitation together. I'm really looking forward to the conversation. I am grateful to serve on this panel and to serve this program, to have it be the success that I am just thankful that it exists, because it's pushing the envelope and pushing the possibilities. So thank you for that. And with that, Mike, you've got it.
Sounds good. And I'm going to start with my own easy things. So first, for the panelists, try and keep your mics muted when you're not talking. Let's reduce the background noise, which is something we've always. Am I muted? Okay, I was just looking. So let's keep our mics muted if we're not talking. With the in-person meeting, as always, what we're going to try and do, it's a little bit harder to reach this time, is when you want to talk as a panelist, flip your tent card. So this is part of the new wellness program we have. You might have to stand up. We're going to get some exercise built in. We don't have Kelly doing aerobics for us to lead us. So my version is you can reach for a tent card. and get that flipped up. And we will try and keep an eye on those and do it in the order that you put your tent card up. For Elaine, I cannot see you there, so I'm going to rely on staff to say, Elaine wants to talk, and we will always, at the end of a discussion, make sure to ask Elaine if she has something to say. Yep, is that better? Okay, thank you.
Mike,
Yes.
this is Julie Shane, and I wasn't sure if you could hear me, but I wanted to let you know I'm also on the call remotely.
Great, thank you, Julie.
Good to see
We
you all.
can't, we could hear you better than people could hear me. Also, just so everyone knows, and this got set, if there is a technical glitch, please go ahead and leave it and come back into the meeting. When you're finished talking, remute your mic, lower your hand, lower your tent card. Again, we'll try and keep notes as to who puts up a tent card, so you don't have to leave it up the whole time. If they fall over the edge, which Molly and I were talking about, we'll hope staff will go and get those for you. Otherwise, you're going to have to find a piece of paper to wave or something to get our attention. With that, we're going to do a roll call, and we will start down at the end with Jack.
Good morning, Jack Leinard, personal care industry consultant.
Good morning, Ann Blake, Environmental and Public Health Consulting and the Jennifer Altman Foundation.
Good morning, Art Fong. I'm the technical leader for Smarter Chemistry at Apple.
Kelly Moran, I'm a scientist at the San Francisco Estuary Institute.
Mike Carangelo, SC Johnson.
Molly Jacobs, Sustainable Chemistry Catalyst at the University of Massachusetts Lowell.
Ellen Holder, recently retired from HP.
Suzanne Brander, ecotoxicologist and associate professor at Oregon State University.
And online?
This is Julie Shane, professor of material science and engineering at Texas A&M University.
Elaine Cohen-Hubble, U.S. EPA Office of Research and Development, Center for Public Health and Environmental Assessment.
Great, thank you. And just a few more comments, and this is just some personal stuff for me. I want to reiterate from my side that it's a pleasure to be sitting here next to Molly. We are going to do our best to get this flowing and keep things smooth. It's our first time, so please be patient with us. And I will echo what she said. It is going to be hard to follow in the footsteps of Art and Kelly. They did it for a long time, and we all appreciate it. We thanked them last time, but it's going to be hard. They made it so smooth. So we'll figure out our own way to do things. And thanks to Meredith and staff for putting their trust in us to do this. It's a lot to ask of them to be patient because they've got a lot going on, and that trust is really appreciated. It's really exciting, though, that there is this rotation program. Okay, thank you, Meredith. I'm a loudspeaker normally, and people don't want me close to a microphone, so but I think they don't want me to have handheld because I talk with my hands. But with this change in the co-chairs, it does set up a rotation program. Molly and I do not intend to have the long tenure necessarily that Art and Kelly graciously did. And what that does is it allows the panel to keep growing, changing, adapting as DTSC's needs changed. We've seen the value the program brings to the public. The Safer Consumers Products Act really does make a difference, and the panel needs to keep moving on to do that. So this rotation will provide new perspectives, new blood, and I think that's an exciting phase to be part of. What the panel does is bring a real advisory voice to the department from multiple stakeholder groups that they wouldn't have access to normally. Each panelist, as you heard, represents a different area. And those areas are different from what the department would have internally. So having these meetings not only gives the public voice that people can speak up and say, I've looked at your program, here's what I want you to consider also, but it gives other people that the agency wouldn't have access to a chance to comment on what's going on and try and give the agency just a bit of different perspective as they look to regulate things or not regulate things potentially. I've been on the panel for 10 years now, and it's amazing how much the panel has progressed and adapted to those changing needs because the program has changed. I started attending way back when, before we had a real program in place. We had the Act, and DTSC has done a great job putting together a functioning program that does put out robust work and keep public engagement going. What I've also been impressed with is the panel itself. The panelists continue to have great perspectives. They have great comments on these things, but they come in with it open-minded. They allow it to be a conversation rather than a debate. You know, they're very knowledgeable people. I always feel stupid attending, but you know, they have their individual thoughts, their individual viewpoints, but they listen to each other, and then it becomes a discussion around those and not a debate. And that allows it to be a much more robust data set for the department to listen to and act upon. And what's amazing then is how much the department takes that in and acts upon the comments that the panel makes. This is not a wasted meeting. It does bring value to the department itself in that they act on what's being said. So I really look forward to hearing what those discussions are, what we can bring to them to open their minds a little bit more and give them that feedback that they need instead of working in a silo. And obviously I'm looking at my notes and trying to not bump the microphone here. The other thing I want to do is yet again thank our predecessors as co-chairs for putting in the time for the meeting prep with Molly and I so that it went a little bit more smoothly. Molly thanked the people we've been working with. Our role as co-chairs is not to have a larger voice than anyone else. It's to work with the department to look at the agenda they're proposing, make sure it flows, make sure it's something the panel can potentially give them something on, and then try and make sure that the meeting itself flows a little bit smoother so that the panelists can contribute the maximum possible. So we've got a really full agenda. I've tried to be as brief as I can, which is not very brief, but I look forward to the discussion we're going to have over these issues. And I'm going to, at that point, turn it over to Andre. He's going to highlight a few key successes and updates since the last meeting, and then we're going to open it up for some questions on the program update.
Thank you, Mike. I get my own clicker. Thank you. So I would like to update the panel on some of our activities since our meeting in December of 2023. Carl highlighted a number of things that were going on at that time, and some of them have progressed, some of them are a little delayed. We have some new things to talk about. So this is kind of an outline of my topics. I'll just be touching on them fairly briefly. First is our 2024 to 26 priority product work plan. Some updates on product and chemical evaluation work that we've been doing since the last meeting. And as well, we have developments with our alternatives analysis for tires with 6-PPD. We also have some work on regulatory response for spray polyurethane foam systems. We have some compliance efforts that are underway that I'd like to tell you a little bit about. We have some new initiatives, new tools that our team has developed for communicating what we're doing and sharing information that I would like to highlight as well. And finally, talk a bit about capacity building. And that really has been hiring and our focus on hiring. So let me start with the priority product work plan. Last month, we got the approval to release the draft priority product work plan. This is the sort of menu of product categories that we will be looking at to potentially identify priority products over the 3 years, 2024 to 2026. So that work plan went out middle of May. And just last week on the 18th, we had a public workshop, virtual public workshop. We had almost 100 people tune into that. And at the request of some of our stakeholders, we've extended the comment periods. This is open for public comment until July 15th. So we did go into some detail about the product categories that were included in the work plan at the December GRAS meeting. Remember that, if you'll remember that there were 6 product categories that we identified as under evaluation, and then 7 additional product categories that are intended for evaluation. And what that means is we're intending to start work, but likely won't get to a regulatory proposal for priority product until maybe the next work plan cycle. So we're very excited to hear from our public and our stakeholders about the work plan, the product categories, the priorities laid out in there. And as I mentioned, we'll be closing public comments on July 15th. So some other things going on around chemicals and products. I wanted to give an update on our addition of a couple of chemicals to our candidate chemicals list. And we talked about this at, I think, also the December meeting. This is the first time that we will have independently added chemicals to the list that weren't on one of the authoritative lists referenced in our regulations. So we have 2 of them that are sort of in the works right now. One of them is PPD derivatives, which are potential alternatives to 6-PPD as anti-ozonants in tires. And the other is adding microplastics as a chemical to our candidate chemicals list. So there's been somewhat of a little slip on that, but it is moving along, and we're in the external scientific peer review for one of them, and we're about to do it for the other. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten which is which, but we do intend to initiate rulemaking. We're hopeful that we'll be able to do that before the end of 2024 to get those going. Another kind of regulatory milestone is we've been working on this product chemical combination for a number of years. We kind of put it on the back burner for a while to focus on 6-PPD, but we are submitting the final rulemaking package on nonylphenol and nonylphenol ethoxylates and laundry detergents. Well, we've already submitted it for review to the Office of Administrative Law, and we're looking at it October 1st effective date for that. So this will be our 8th priority product. So that's a significant milestone, I would say. Wanted to highlight some other work that's ongoing. We're going to be releasing a couple of documents here, so you're getting a sneak peek at those 2. One of them is a product chemical profile on 1,4-dioxane in cleaning and personal care products. This is fairly broad in scope, so we could ultimately identify more than one priority product from this work that we've done on this chemical. And if you, I think we've talked about it before, but this is a byproduct that is that occurs when making ethoxylated surfactants, and it is a drinking water contaminant that's not, or it's a water contaminant that's not removed by standard treatment. The other work I wanted to highlight is our background document on artificial turf. We've evaluated several chemicals in artificial turf, and we're going to be daylighting that work in this document and having a public workshop on that. So this is another project that was a long time project evaluating formaldehyde in hair straightening products. And we did find that there was potential exposure and potential for adverse impact from formaldehyde in these products. The hazard traits are well documented of formaldehyde. Women of African descent are disproportionately impacted by this product, and there are alternatives that potentially contain formaldehyde. We made the determination that we would not move forward with this simply because the legislature has banned this product. So I consider that a win. It's going to be banned under the California Toxic Free Cosmetics Act, and as well, FDA has been looking at it. So we've posted our work that kind of lays out all of our findings on the website for the public to look at, and we're happy that the outcome is what it is for that one. So let's move to the sort of next stage in the process, which is our alternatives analysis process. And we've talked about this before as well. Since the last meeting, so recall we had adopted regulations listing 6 ppd in tires in 2013. They took effect in October. Since the last meeting, the deadline for submitting the first stage of the alternatives analysis has passed. And we did receive a lot of responses. There were 82 individual companies. We got 84 notifications from those companies. There were 15 unique alternatives analysis documents submitted to us by either individual companies or consortia. And we are issuing a number of notices of a deficiency and of non-compliance. This has been a learning experience for our team. We really have maybe didn't anticipate how many responsible entities there would be or how many documents that would be submitted. And this in general is a challenge for us to sort of know at the outset how many folks are going to be submitting documents to us. We've also had some language barriers from overseas manufacturers and resulting in some pretty inadequate submittals. And while none of the documents submitted, the stage one, the preliminary alternatives analyses was fully compliant with our framework. The one submitted by the consortium under US Tire Manufacturing Association was pretty close. So we are working with we've issued those notices and we're looking forward to seeing the revised submittals, which I think are due in August, if I'm not mistaken. When? July 22nd. So coming up soon. Thanks, Kelly. All right. So this is a nice new tool that was recently launched, and this is called our Safer Consumer Products Library. We've been producing over the 10 years the program's been around a lot of media, documents, also videos, other types of content, and they're all kind of scattered around our website on pages sort of dedicated to a specific topic, like tires with 6 ppd or carpets and rugs with PFASs. This library page enables you to search and filter and find all the documents related to whatever the topic you're interested in, whether it be PFASs or a product category like food packaging or laundry detergents or whatever it might be. So it's pretty handy, and people that have looked at it really like it. And if you've had to hunt around for documents, hopefully it hasn't been too hard, but I think you'll find this to be really handy and convenient. Another new communication sort of tool that we have is our Safer Consumer Products newsletter. These are issued quarterly, and they provide updates, upcoming milestones, announcements. We've been announcing recruitments, which has been a big focus for us. And this is, I think, sent to anyone who subscribes to our Safer Consumer Products e-list. So this has been a nice new way of telling the world what we're doing and hopefully getting more engagement from our public. So I kind of actually wanted to talk about that later, but anyway, I'm a little bit out of order here. So I wanted to just really quickly touch on this regulatory response topic. As you know, our regulatory response for spray polyurethane foam systems with methylene diphenyl diisocyanate has been back on track after the lawsuit was resolved. And we have been working, so we issued the draft regulatory responses, and we've been working with the industry stakeholders to finalize or draft regulatory responses. We have three regulatory responses, and there are 3 sort of work groups that have been established that are meeting weekly. One is a high pressure foam group, another a low pressure foam group, and a third focused on the green chemistry and engineering regulatory response. So that work is ongoing and hoping to have a draft regulatory response or responses by the end of summer. So let's shift gears to compliance and enforcement. Really, it's in the compliance assessment phase right now. So we've been doing some analysis of samples of some consumer products that we already regulate. One of them is nail products with toluene. We only in the priority product or the alternatives analysis phase received 5 priority product notifications and 2 notifications that the product contained toluene, but it was below our 100 ppm alternatives analysis threshold. We think it's likely that there are other manufacturers out there whose products contain toluene. So essentially, people who contain toluene above the threshold and didn't notify would be in violation, and people who contain toluene below the threshold and didn't submit that AAT notification are also in violation. So we have been working to analyze products that we've been purchasing. We've purchased over 500 nail product samples, and we're expecting results for this work by the end of the summer as well. Another product testing effort that's underway is for treatments for converted textiles and leathers with PFASs. We got 28 priority product notifications for this product, 20 of which were followed by product removal or accompanied by product removal notifications. And then we got another 8 product replacement notifications. So the kind of takeaway from that is that the products continuing to be sold shouldn't contain PFASs. We've purchased 237 of those products to test, and we're also expecting to have lab results by the end of this summer. As well, we've been doing some testing again with our combustion ion chromatography equipment for carpets and rugs with PFASs. We have 208 samples that we've been testing, and as well, we're expecting final test results by the end of the summer. And this is one where nobody essentially notified that they were continuing to sell the product. So we shouldn't be finding any PFASs in those samples. So I think this might be close to my last topic, which is building capacity. Carl touched on this at our December meeting. We did get a significant augmentation of positions through the 2021 legislation that also included fee reform and established the Board of Environmental Safety. And we've been in hiring mode since the last meeting. We got 39 positions actually, and we've been working to fill those positions. And they cut across various disciplines, including environmental scientists, engineers, and one analyst, some research data, or more than one analyst actually, one research data specialist, and some managers. And we have been making great strides in the hiring. This past fall, we filled 21 of those positions, and then this spring, another 15. We have some really great new staff, and some of them are here today, including our new staff who's just started on Monday. So we're really happy about that. As you know, our state is in a little bit of a fiscal bind right now, and we're concerned about not being able to fill the vacancies. So we've really been trying to get as many great people on board before the fiscal year ends, which is only next week. So hopefully we can maybe close the deal on a couple more before July 1st. And I think that's what I have for you today. So thanks for listening. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andre. So at this point, what we want to do is allow the panel to ask any clarifying questions they might have of Andre. And by clarifying questions, we don't mean discussion. It's we're asking for if the panel needs clarification on things he's stated. So if so, let us know that you want to say something. And I see Anne, thank you for putting your tent card up.
Thank you for the updates. That's really exciting. I mostly just wanted to see of folks that are in the room, how many of you are new staff? Welcome.
Julie or Elaine, did you have anything you wanted to ask a clarifying question on?
Thank you.
No, thank you. Great work, though.
Okay. Okay, then we've got Art and then Jack.
This is actually not a question, but a comment on the SCP library. I really like it. I mean, it's just such a good place to look for stuff. But one of the things that I found confusing, and I find a lot of things confusing, so it just could be me, was that some of the links or icons they actually just gave the website or URL address and not actually name of the document. Was that just like me just not understanding how to use the library? Because if you go into the page, like, you know, the whatever page that you first go into, some of the links are just URL addresses and not actually name of the document. I think if that's the case, you might want to consider putting the name of the document in also.
Thank you. Paul, did you want to comment or no?
Yeah, I can.
Do you have a mic? Oh, we can do that.
That was something that.
Can you use mic, please?
Like, I built the SAP library.
So Paul over here built the library, and he said he can definitely do that. Thanks for the good suggestion.
Okay, Jack?
Normally, we hear about interactions with other state agencies. We heard Meredith talk about EPA. What about Washington State Department of Ecology? Do you still work with all those groups that you didn't mention them? I just wanted to make sure we covered it.
Yep, we definitely do. We have a memorandum of understanding with Washington Department of Ecology and Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, and we do have monthly coordination calls with them, and we are in regular contact on all kinds of sort of operational things that we're doing that's that are of mutual interest. So I will make note that we should highlight those next time. I need to talk into the microphone.
We also just renewed our FDA Memorandum of Understanding for the next 5 years. And we have requested 2 new additional categories of information. So we are very excited to be working with them. And yeah, definitely we are still talking very frequently with Shari and Saskia at Washington State.
Meredith?
And as long as we're talking about collaboration, we should talk about within the state. And one of the things that's highlighted in the priority product work plan is our commitment to working closely with other state agencies, leveraging work that they're doing, perhaps taking action on their behalf in a sense. And I think that's true now more than ever. We're just in discussions. The tires issues are a great issue where that cuts across the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, the Water Board, the Energy Commission. The list is very long. And there was tire talk last year that brought all those groups together, but it's just it exemplifies the level of collaboration on a lot of the different projects and products.
Art, did your card, did you have another comment? Did I just see it falling? I see it's there. I just wasn't sure if you had another comment or if it just, okay.
I just want to confuse the new co-chairs.
Thank you. It doesn't take much for me. That's why you're gonna have to work for Molly though. Okay, if that is all of the clarifying questions that we have, then thank you again, Andre, for the program update. Before we begin today's panel presentations and discussions, we're going to take public comments. And so we're going to turn it right back over to Alex.
There we go. All right. We are going to enter the public comment period, and we are asking that your comments are directed to the Green Ribbon Science Panel and that they're focused on the agenda topics. As this is a working meeting, please know the panel will be accepting comments, but will not necessarily be responding to questions. And as a reminder, again, you have 3 ways to submit a comment. You can raise your hand using the icon at the bottom of your screen if you're joining us online. You can also type your question into the chat box or email us at saferconsumerproducts@dtsc.ca.gov. And we can also read your comment aloud. For those attending in person, there are comment cards at the back of the room. So if you'd like to submit a comment, please fill out that comment card. We're now going to give a few minutes for those of you to raise your hand or send us a comment through any of those channels. We'll just give it a little bit of time. We'll give about one more minute. So if there's anything on the tip of your tongues that you want to ask, you've got 1 minute. I'm not seeing any more comments. So we're going to close out that public comment period today. And I'm going to be passing it back over to Mike.
Thank you, Alex. And I know we are running a bit early for those of you on the phone. So if someone had meant to do a public comment, I suppose, and was expecting that to be a little bit later, message Alex in the meeting chat. But we're going to get started now on our series of presentations, and I'm going to move closer to the microphone instead of leaning back, to our series of presentations on various projects that SCP has been working on. Is Ashley here? Okay, good. I saw her name tag and I didn't see her, so I wanted to be positive. To kick things off, we're going to be hearing from one of SCP's hazardous substance engineers. Ashley's going to provide an introduction to SB 502, which empowers SCP to bypass the AA process and move directly to regulatory response under certain circumstances. And with that, thank you, Ashley. As soon as you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. This presentation will give a brief introduction and overview to Senate Bill 502, or often referred to as SB 502. And my colleague, Kathy, after this presentation, will give another presentation on how SB 502 is implemented and integrated into our SCP framework. So SB 502 was briefly mentioned in our last Green Ribbon Science panel meeting, but I do want to just refresh give a refresher on a little bit of the history. So SB 502 was authored by Senator Ben Allen, and it was approved in September of 2022. Senator Ben Allen kind of mentioned that our SCP program was was a little slow and that data gaps hindered informed decision making. So the intent of SB 502 was to create alternative streamlined processes, improve accountability and transparency, and give DTSC more authority to obtain product ingredient data from manufacturers. An important part of SB 502 is the option to expedite regulating our priority products by using an existing publicly available study of alternatives to replace our alternative analysis step to move directly to regulatory response. In addition, there are several changes for SB 502, and these changes include the removal of the dispute resolution for some situations, additional priority product work plan requirements, expansion of information request, and the addition of a petition to adopt regulatory responses. So I'll briefly explain these changes. So for the first change is going to be about our dispute resolution. So currently our regulations allow dispute resolution and appeal of most DTSC decisions related to SCP program activities. Our program already follows the Administrative Procedure Act, the APA, rulemaking process when listing priority products, which already gives opportunity for input and requires us to respond and address to all comments received so this additional dispute resolution process was kind of like an unnecessary step, and it wasn't intended for decisions implemented through the rulemaking process. So this new SB 502 authority will remove this process if DTSC provides a public notice of a proposed regulation and a comment period prior to the adoption of a regulation. So what does this mean for SCP? Hopefully, interested parties will be incentivized to engage earlier in our process and participate in the rulemaking. Our regulations require us to issue a priority product work plan every 3 years that identifies and describes the product categories that the department will evaluate to identify product chemical combinations to be added to the priority products list. So to improve transparency and accountability, SB 502 requires us to provide additional information in the priority product work plan. And so those additional information required includes information DTSC has about chemicals that may be of concern within each product category or subcategory, additional ingredient information needed, and how SCP plans to obtain this information, and timelines for at least 5 product categories or subcategories, and a proposed course of action. The existing law allows DTSC to request specific chemical information from manufacturers, such as concentration, functional use, and any existing information related to products used by children, pregnant women, or any sensitive populations. And before, we didn't have any enforcement capabilities beyond just adding non-compliant manufacturers on the failure to comply list. So with this new SB 502 authority, we are able to expand the information request to include product sales, which will help expand our market research. SB 502 also allows DTSC to request certain information from the supplier or chemical manufacturer if the manufacturer certifies that they cannot obtain that information themselves. So if a manufacturer is not complying, the bill allows us to have a little bit more authority than before and this provides civil penalties for violations, and this could be up to $50,000 per day per violation. We found that enforcing penalties out of state manufacturers and international ones have still remained challenging. The final change is the addition of a petition to adopt regulatory responses. Our current regulations right now allows a petition process to add or remove chemicals from the candidate chemicals list, or to add or remove a product chemical combination from a products list. So this new SB 502 authority requires us to allow a petition to request a regulatory response based on publicly available studies or evaluations of alternatives. Anyone in the public can submit a petition as long as they provide the required information. This is a significant new change to our regulations that creates a new pathway to move directly towards a regulatory response. SB 502 allows us to proceed or to replace the alternatives analysis step of our process to move directly to regulatory response. So there are two options. DTSC can do that. We can either choose to initiate that ourselves, or we can receive a petition to do so. But for both cases, it must be based on an existing publicly available study or evaluation alternatives. So these studies, they must meet certain reliability criteria and must address the selection factors to support their selective regulatory responses. For a study to be reliable, it must meet one of the following criteria. It must either be published in a scientifically peer-reviewed report or other literature, published in a report of the United States National Academies, or published in a report by the national, federal, state, or local agency that implements laws governing chemicals. So where are we in this petition rulemaking process? We have already completed a draft of our regulation language, and we are currently putting together the regulation package for review and submittal. The regulation package will include the petition process, but also include information on how SCP plans to proceed straight to regulatory response scenarios. We are still evaluating the need for regulatory or for regulation amendments for the remainder of SB 502. And that remainder of SB 502 includes like the dispute resolution and the data call-in. CalSafer is DTSC's information management system, and so we plan to start making updates to that site to include this petition process by August of this year. And so by January of 2025, we expect these new regulations to be in effect, and we plan to start using this authority by then. So that concludes the brief overview of SB 502. After this break, Kathy will be presenting on how we are going to implement SB 502 into our SCP framework. But right now, we can address any specific or clarifying questions that you may have on SB 502 itself. Thank you.
Well done, Ashley. So we're going to ask for clarifying questions, and I see Ann first, and then we'll go to Molly, and if people can keep raising their tent cards when they come up with something.
Thank you so much, Ashley. A clarifying question. You said data sources could include national, state, and local agencies. Is there any possibility of using international data? For example, if the EU has already done an analysis of a class of chemicals? Not in the language.
It's not in the language. I guess we would have to review that and see if it is reliable.
Okay, thanks.
Molly?
Yeah, thank you, Ashley. My question is around the provisions related to information requests and and the purview that the program has to do so. Can you only issue the information requests on the priority product categories that are listed in the work plan? Is that the boundary for which you can ask for additional information is just on those priority products that are in the work plan? Is that how that goes?
I will defer this question to David.
Thanks, David.
Thanks for the question. So SB 502 allows for us to request information from any manufacturer of a priority product. So can you clarify your question?
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out how the information requests are allowed, like at what phase of the program. There's an early phase when you're trying to develop a priority product profile and understand kind of nuances of the product. Then, once a priority product has gone through rulemaking and it's official, that's another stage. So I'm trying to figure out, like, at what stages in the program can you ask manufacturers for more information?
Yeah, we can do that ahead of time. We don't have to have the product listed. I think that's the regulations the authority makes clear that we can request that information at any point.
At any point in the program.
It appears that way. That's our interpretation of it. Now,
Okay.
we might get challenged on that, but right now it does say manufacturers, and then it does say product manufacturers. And then it doesn't ever say they have to be consumer products. We can go out and request that information ahead of time in order to inform our decision about whether or not we're going to pursue a specific product chemical combination.
Great, thank you for that.
Andre, did you have more on that, or you put your tent card down? I just want to make sure.
I was just going to say what David just said, that
Okay.
it just says product manufacturer, so we don't need to actually have started any kind of regulatory process. That's my reading of it. And I see our attorney nodding her head, yes.
Okay. And then I saw Suzanne.
Just a question about the timing. It looks like this will come into effect in January of 2025. For products that are currently under evaluation to be added to the candidate chemicals list, are those going to be grandfathered into the old approach and way of doing things, so they will require a full alternatives assessment, or will this be adopted for things like microplastics and PPDs that are currently kind of in the process of being added?
As long as it's before the rulemaking phase, it could possibly be used. SB 502 can possibly be used for those products.
Thank you.
Meredith, were you adding on to that, or did you?
I just want a point of clarification about the January 2025 date. Isn't that the date of public notice of regulations, or do we have emergency regulation authority?
We're still working on that, but that's our estimate date that it would be in effect.
In effect, or we would begin APA, because usually APA takes longer than that, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
So,
maybe public notice date?
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and I see your cards up, Kelly, but I want to make sure, Andre, are you?
Just to kind of, to Suzanne's question, we're not jettisoning the alternatives analysis or anything like that. So we really want to explore when it's appropriate to use this authority. And so that, we don't have plans to, there are certain things we're evaluating that might be good candidates, but it's not going to be everything. That's, I guess, what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, I've got a couple of clarifying questions. So the first one, following up on what Suzanne said, Suzanne was using the example of chemicals being added to the candidate chemicals list. So that listing doesn't have any relationship to 502. It's whether it's a product chemical combination that's already listed. Okay, so and you said yes, so I just want to clarify that. And a second clarification I'm looking for is, do data requests have to be around candidate chemicals, or could they include chemicals that are not currently on the candidate chemical list?
They could include both.
And then the third clarification is, can data requests be made on products that are not in the work plan currently? So like, for example, DTSC is considering a future work plan and might make a data request for that. Is that allowable under 502?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for the nice presentation. It was very thoughtfully prepared.
Jack or Alex, are you commenting on that or? Okay, Jack.
One of the features of the current program is the alternatives assessment program, which gives manufacturers a real chance to explain to DTSC the pros and cons of what their formulations are. I see the temptation to just eliminate it completely going forward. I know Meredith mentioned that, that it's not going away, but what is the role of stakeholders in the new regulation? Are stakeholders going to be limited to 30-day comment periods on products, on proposals that could significantly change their product portfolio?
I'll defer that to David.
Yeah, that's a good question, Jack. Thank you. That's still being thought through. We're not sure that the regulation is going to preclude manufacturers from opting to go through an AA process. However, that's not decided. And regardless, when we get to the point of proposing RRs, there will be a public comment period. Manufacturers will be able to participate in that. And I expect that they're, like we do now, negotiate what those RRs would be to some extent, but yet that's still being worked out. We're not exactly clear on what the path is going to be for getting to those RRs.
Go ahead, Andre.
I believe that the thinking is that if we were going to use this option, we would go through the priority product rulemaking process, and either at that time or subsequently it would be clear that that was the intention, that would be to rely on this publicly available information. And so we would, people would have opportunities to participate and comment during that process as well. So.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Andre said, the law does make clear that the public will be able to comment on the evaluation or study that we'll be relying on, either that we decide to take up ourselves or that we get a petition for. And if we get petitioned to use a publicly available study or evaluation of alternatives, then that goes through the public process after we grant it. But we first decide whether we grant it, and then it goes out for public comment. And then the RRs would come later after we've made a determination as to whether or not that evaluation of alternatives is sufficient and meets the criteria that we need to move forward in the process.
Okay, Molly?
Just a question about the scope of who's considered kind of a responsible entity here. So chemical ingredient disclosure is a tough nut across supply chains, right? So is there authority here to go beyond the product manufacturer and to go and ask requests of, of its suppliers, its component manufacturers? So to what extent can you go like within the value chain to request this information, or is your only purview to request it of the consumer product manufacturer?
So if a product manufacturer doesn't know that information, we're going to have a data certification process where they will be able to certify that we can go to their supplier for that information. So we can go beyond just the product manufacturer.
Thank you for that.
Andre?
It does say a product manufacturer. I think you could interpret product manufacturer to be So what she said, and you could interpret that to be the raw material. If the raw material is also a product in many, so I think part of it will be, decide using this process to figure out who has the information, and it's a fair amount of work to sort of ask the right question. So I think that's going to be the tough nut for this.
Julie or Elaine, did you have any clarifying questions you wanted to ask?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
No, thank you. Really excellent presentation.
Okay, we did get one public comment from Dr. Homer Sway.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so he wrote, using public AAs are a good step. Rare, however, to see a published AA that addresses all the dimensions in a full alternatives analysis. His question is, will alternatives analysis that address some of the elements of AAs be allowed as part of the public AA extension?
I will refer or defer to David for that question.
So the law, again, allows us to augment studies or evaluations of alternatives. It'll be up to us to determine whether it meets the criteria that we think we need to use in order to move forward in the process with something that's not our own AA process. So it's going to be up to us. We have that discretion. And again, we can augment the studies or evaluations if we feel that there's information missing, but it could be used to move forward to the RR process.
Point of clarification, RR is regulatory response, in case anybody's wondering.
Was that what you were raising your tent for, Kelly? Okay. And I don't see any more tent cards up. I do want to clarify on myself that I'm trying to keep this in order, but when I see staff put up one of their tent flags during the middle of a clarifying question, just like Art and Kelly did, I want to let them comment on it right then and there. So I am not giving them preference to ask things first, just trying to keep everything all put together there. So I noticed it when Suzanne had her card up and then Andre's flag went up and I got out of order there. It wasn't because I was ignoring you, Suzanne, but I just think that does flow better. And again, thanks to Art and Kelly, because that's the way they did it. So again, thank you very much, Ashley. That was very well done. Now that we're a bit early, I don't know if we want to start break early.
Yes. The answer sounds yes. Okay, great. It sounds like we're also going to have a longer break. So Alex, maybe you can guide us into this.
Yeah, so 15 minutes, it's 10:24 right now. So we'll take a 15-minute break. 10:40, we'll be back since we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. And then just a reminder for those of you who lunch usually at noon, we're going to be breaking more at 12:30. So if you need to grab a snack, go ahead and do so now. So again, we'll be back at around 10:40.
Hi, so from this point, I'm going to discuss the SB 502 Direct Regulatory Response Authority and how it will be implemented into the Safer Consumer Products Program. I'd like to begin with a quick overview of our priority product pathway. We begin by looking at the candidate chemicals list and the categories in our priority product work plan, and then we identify a potential product chemical combination. This is followed by a rulemaking process. Once we have, once we've identified a product chemical combination, we begin the formal rulemaking process. And upon adoption of the regulations, we adopt the priority product. Once we have adopted a priority product, this triggers the need for two responses by the responsible entity. They must both submit a priority product notification indicating that they manufacture, distribute, or place into the California stream of commerce a product chemical combination that's listed as a priority product. Second, they must either begin the alternatives analysis process, or they can submit a removal or replacement notification. When the responsible entity has submitted when the responsible entity has submitted their final form of an AA report, the department will then issue the required regulatory response. So we have 6 regulatory responses that we can choose from. There's product information for consumers, use restrictions on chemicals and consumer products, a product sales prohibition, engineered safety measures or administrative controls, end-of-life management requirements, and advancement of green chemistry and green engineering. These are chosen based on the extent to which it protects public health and the environment, along with considerations for how the response affects the economic interests of the responsible entities involved and the government's interest in cost and containment. The selection of any regulatory response is informed by the alternatives analysis. So what is an alternatives analysis? It's an in-depth trade-off analysis produced by the responsible entity, and it's used to identify alternatives to the chemical of concern in the priority product and avoid regrettable substitutions. Ultimately, they inform our regulatory responses. They're comprehensive, rigorous reports that evaluate product function and performance, adverse impacts and life cycle impacts, and the economic impacts of the chemical of concern and the possible alternatives. The responsible entity may submit one of 4 types of alternatives analysis. There's the 2-stage AA, the abridged AA, the alternate process AA, and a previously completed AA. For the 2-stage and the abridged AA, the responsible entity begins by screening a wide range of alternatives. If they identify a potential alternative in this initial screening, an RE would submit a preliminary AA report and then conduct a more in-depth comparison between the priority product and the selected alternatives, which would lead to a final AA report. If they are unable to identify a safer or technically feasible alternative, they would then submit an abridged alternatives analysis report. So this is an idealized timeline of a 2-stage alternatives analysis. It takes approximately 2 years from the adoption of a priority product to complete this phase and enter the regulatory response phase. This process includes 2 reviews by safer consumer products, as well as a public comments period. And it can be made longer if we issue a notice of deficiency that requires revisions, or if the responsible entity requests an extension. An abridged AA's timeline is approximately 1 year and would also be subject to similar delays. So the AA process is comprehensive and resource intensive by design and rigorous by design. And in situations where an evaluation of safer alternatives already exists or a replacement product is already in use, it may make more sense to proceed directly to regulatory response. An example to consider is paint or varnish strippers containing methylene chloride, which was adopted as a priority product in 2019. At the time of the adoption, evaluations of alternatives were available and safer alternatives were already in use. And if the option had been available at that time, this priority product may have been a candidate for implementation of the SB 502 authority. So as a brief refresh, SB 502 grants us the authority to choose to replace the alternatives analysis step and move directly to regulatory response by relying on publicly available studies or evaluations of alternatives. These studies must meet our reliability criteria, meaning that they are published in a scientifically peer-reviewed report or other literature, published in a report of the US National Academies, or published in a report by an international, federal, state, or local agency that implements laws governing chemicals. They must also support one or more of our regulatory response selection factors, and they may be augmented with additional information. SB 502 also creates a petition process that allows anyone to petition us to use this authority to move directly to regulatory response at the time of listing a new priority product in our regulations. So the implementation of SB 502 has a substantially different workflow from the traditional priority product pathway. A product chemical combination and the related publicly available studies and evaluations of alternatives are identified prior to the regulatory response phase. This can occur either through action by SCP or through a petition from the public. These petitions must include the publicly available studies and evaluations of alternatives, as well as a summary demonstrating that certain regulatory responses are appropriate and satisfy the applicable selection factors. We will use the information either provided or that we identify to develop a regulatory response proposal. This process is still in development, but it is likely that we will issue a rulemaking package and notice of intent to move directly to regulatory response. We will issue the notice of intent, the rulemaking package and notice of intent to move to regulatory response at the same time, and it's possible that these proposals would be combined into a single comment period. After we've responded to all the comments, we'll make a formal determination of whether these studies or evaluations meet our reliability criteria, whether the regulatory response selection factors have been addressed, and also whether we intend to proceed directly to regulatory response. So what are the impacts of this change? It allows us to leverage existing data on alternatives to possibly reduce the amount of time it takes to regulate priority products. It possibly frees up resources, allowing us to regulate more priority products. And it forces us to consider that evaluations of alternatives and other studies that we identify may differ from our framework. So what differences can we expect to find between the information and the publicly available studies and evaluations of alternatives and what is outlined in the SCP alternatives analysis guidance? Our guidance is comprehensive and rigorous, and it considers a wide range of hazard traits and exposure scenarios across the life cycle of a product to help prevent the selection of regrettable alternatives. And in some cases, this analysis is unique to the individual responsible entity. An evaluation of alternatives written using a different framework will likely differ from our framework. In a 2022 peer-reviewed paper authored by our team and led by Dr. Kelly Grant, we conducted a comparison of the required elements of the alternatives analysis against other frameworks for evaluating alternatives. And we found that the breadth of the analysis of hazard traits and exposure assessment differed between the frameworks, And we also found that life cycle impacts, economic impacts, and decision-making sections weren't fully addressed in every framework. The study also compared published alternatives assessments against the SCP framework. As I mentioned, this paper was published in 2022, and the most recent study included is from about 2017, and the AA field is dynamic, and newer assessments may check more of the boxes for each of these topic areas. But I think the findings provide a big picture analysis of how research performed by other entities may differ from our requirements. They found that when considering alternatives, SCP requires an analysis of a broader scope, and that the published evaluations of alternatives were limited to drop-in chemical replacements and did not consider functional replacements. They also found that with hazard assessment, there was a discrepancy between the number of human health, environmental, and ecological endpoints that were evaluated. The breadth of the comparative exposure assessment also varied between the AAs in our framework, and some only provided an exposure assessment for the chemical of concern, and none of them looked at exposure across the entire life cycle of the product. Similarly, the life cycle analysis only focused on the product use phase and only sometimes addressed worker exposure. Economic impacts focused on internal costs to the manufacturer and seldom delved into the socioeconomic costs associated with the chemical of concern and its alternatives. And there was seldom an explicit decision-making section or discussion of the decision-making, and little transparency to assess any of the information gaps. So finally, SB 502 provides an alternate pathway for regulating priority products that may reduce the time necessary for moving through the regulatory process. The existing publicly available studies and evaluations of alternatives will most likely come from a variety of sources using different frameworks, and depending on the product chemical combination, the available studies may need supplementation before we move forward. And thank you. This concludes the presentation. And if you have any clarifying questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you so much, Kathy. Very thorough. Yes, so we have time for some clarifying questions. We're going to move into a discussion session with the panel around a lot of nuanced questions around that. But to help that discussion, if there are clarifying questions that might round out your comments or concerns, please raise your tents. And also I'll call on our panel, so I will preempt a comment by signaling the person's name. But for people online, for the rest of you, if you could say your name in advance, just so that those online know who is speaking, that would be very helpful. So any clarifying questions? Oh, Jack, please.
When you're looking at publicly available alternative assessments, will you be publishing those and letting the broader community know which ones you're looking at when you're making a proposal or coming up with a proposal?
Yes, I believe they will be provided with the rulemaking, with the notice of intent to move directly to regulatory response. And at that time, we would make the publicly available studies available. Sorry.
Andre, do you want to follow up with that?
Maybe not. I think by virtue of the requirement that they be publicly available, this should be publicly available for comment.
Other clarifying questions? Julie, Elaine, online, do you have any questions you want to ask before we launch into our discussion?
So can I ask one question, or maybe this is part of what you're still working through? And I don't know if this, where in the work plan, so I noticed there were more, things of more expectations for information in the work plan in general. So would there be signals in the work plan that particular priority products would be considered, or there were assessments that you were considering in the context of particular priority products? I guess I'm not sure if I'm asking this question right, but I'm just wondering if there would be any kind of signals in the work plan in the way that the work plan signals product categories.
Can I?
Please, Andre.
Andre Algazi. So I think we might say in the work plan that we were aware of alternatives that existed. So we didn't, in drafting the current work plan, we hadn't decided that any of the, obviously we still need to get the regulation framework in place, but it's conceivably possible that we could signal either sort of, I don't know, we probably would want to do the analysis before we'd really know, but we might signal that it's something we're thinking about.
Thank you.
Kelly, please.
I think I knew this and I already forgot since the last presentation. Without a petition, could this process occur for a product that's not in the work plan?
I'm going to let David take this question.
David, please.
David Rist. So products can be petitioned for as well, product chemical combination. So we can receive both a product chemical petition and a petition to move directly to an RR at the same time.
Just to clarify, if this could, barring, except for a petition from an outside party that would provide this, if it was a DTSC action, it would have to be in the work plan. If it's DTSC initiated, it has to be in the work plan. And if it's externally initiated, someone could submit the proper petitions to cause that to happen. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I really got that.
Yep.
Meredith.
There is a provision to amend the work plan, though. I mean, if it really came to that. So if we were really feeling like something was urgent, we could modify the work plan and then move forward.
Mm-hmm. Andre.
Yeah, I don't think that this changes the framework as far as generally speaking, we are limited to regulating products that fall within the work plan. However, if we grant a petition, if somebody were to petition us both to list the priority product and go directly to regulatory response, I think that we could do that even if that product did not fall within one of the work plan categories. But generally, the intention is to keep it, to provide some predictability about what we might regulate by having the work plan and sort of restricting what products we can name to things in the work plan. But there are a couple of other ways that could happen.
Mike.
Yeah, so this is not a clarifying question. I just wanted to, again, ask that when we speak, and this is Mike Carangello, let's start by, if we could start by saying our name. We do keep records of this, and the folks trying to view online can't tell who's speaking, but also it's harder to see in this room, and so that our record keeper can know who she can credit comments to, or you guys can make fun of what I say later, it's attached to my name. Please do that just to make life easier for everyone.
All right, so an addendum. I'm not just introducing you, but just introduce yourself on top of it. Other clarifying questions? All right, well, we're going to launch into, thank you so much, Kathy. We're going to launch into just a discussion, and we have ample time for this. I mean, we have until 12:30. If we decide that we've summed up everything that needs to be said about this, we can always have a longer lunch. So please refer to the staff prepared questions in advance for the panel to consider against this topic. They're on page 1 of our background document. I think we have a slide that has some of those questions, and that we should be seeing them. I don't know if we can move to a different screen up here so we just kind of see the questions themselves. Wonderful. So we'll attempt to kind of stay on one topic at a time, but I really want to encourage the panel, speak to the questions that that triggered thoughts by you. I will keep track of kind of questions that we might have not covered and ask us to, to go back to those. But and I also want to offer up a protocol here for staff. We have our raised tent program here for us to call on our panel. If there are staff online that have questions or comments in the space, our directions to you are to raise your hand in the virtual Zoom space at the bottom of your Zoom control. You'll need to be made a panelist in order to voice your remarks, and you'll be kicked out momentarily to do so. I'm looking. Anyway, that's the protocol for people online. Please raise your hand. Staff here will make sure we can accommodate your voice. And for others in here, I've been told that you're supposed to write a comment, and we'll make sure we address those as well. So that's the process. So with that, let's get going. I'm interested in, let me just read, why don't I read the questions for us to get us started? But one of the first questions here was, in what scenarios would it make sense to move directly to regulatory response instead of following the standard procedure required of responsible entities to submit an alternatives analysis? And given some of the points that Kathy raised about the discrepancies between, some of the alternatives analyses that have been published versus those elements that are required under SCP, what are the most relevant criteria for consideration of which types of studies to include, and are there any kind of minimum requirements that should be considered? Second question here is, what are the advantages and disadvantages for sourcing alternatives analyses and other reports from those other than responsible entities? Third is, what are the possible benefits and drawbacks of moving directly to a regulatory response for both the responsible entities and the program itself? And are there any products out there that we're aware of that have safer alternatives that we could actually just directly proceed to regulatory response? And the last question is how can we ensure high quality petitions are being submitted? So those are the questions that we have before us, and I open it up to the panel for comments. And I'm not choosing to go down the line. So if you have a comment, and hopefully we'll hear from everybody, and I'll see if there's anyone we haven't heard from and called you out, but we're not going to go in order by any means. So let's go with Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly Moran. I've been pondering this a bit because it concerns me that there is the high potential for regrettable substitutions based on the existing AAs that are out there. And I see this, for me, the biggest regrettable thing is people don't identify exposure pathways or toxicity endpoints that cause harm outside of a narrow set of things, mostly around humans. And I am human, so I think humans are pretty important. But a long history of regrettable substitutions has happened in both normal consumer products and particularly in pesticides, where the focus has been on there's been missing exposure pathways and toxicity endpoints that have caused a lot of economic, environmental, and other harms. So that's the thing that makes me nervous about this. And I just want to be real upfront about that. That'll come back again. However, there seem to me to be some really obvious kinds of things that could be done with this kind of authority. One is that in the regs, it says that DTSC, one of the criteria for establishing a priority product is severe or widespread impacts. So there can be products that are not super common that are really harmful. They're lethal. So not very many people are using them and they're really bad. And this seems like a really great way to get through that, particularly in the case that often occurs where there's many alternatives and there's just this one kind of old thing that's still on the market. This looks like the way to get something off the market quickly. So for me, the whole use of the severe authority really applies here. And really asking the question, is this product necessary? So structuring the regs so that necessary uses are omitted, so that it's really focusing on that. Let's get something that is not necessary, that's harmful out of the marketplace quickly. And the other kind of category is ones where there's a drop-in replacement that might actually be okay. That probably requires more screening on the staff level. So that's just a couple of thoughts.
Great, thank you. Helen.
Helen Holder. I think definitely agree about concern for missing the indicators of a regrettable substitution. But I also want to say that another scenario that might be a trigger for this consideration would be where you've got jurisdictions that have already done other restrictions on a substance, so that you're not starting from scratch on something that maybe REACH covers or something like that, right? So there are issues with their alternatives assessments for sure, but again, not starting from scratch. So I think that would be just an obvious place to look at what's restricted in other jurisdictions.
Anne, please.
Thank you, Anne Blake. I will try to stay to the first question. But first, I wanted to say thank you for the clarification about the ability to use international data. I think I just misunderstood that this morning, so thanks for that. I also wanted to express appreciation for Dr. Kelly Grant's work on assessing frameworks. I think that speaks to the maturity of this program. Those of us that have been on this committee for a while really appreciate that you've done all this upfront work to say what's going to be, what's available to us to do this kind of analysis. And given how comprehensive our criteria are, it's not surprising that alternative assessments out there are not going to meet all of our criteria. But as Helen says, it's you're not starting from scratch. So at least you have a good sense of what's out there and what's possible and what we can work on. So I think you're going to hear a lot of the same things from many of us. I would echo Kelly's comments. You put them much more articulately, Kelly. Thank you. Stuff that's on the market that we just know is bad. We've been looking for this authority for a while to just get this stuff off the market. And I would say, even if there aren't alternatives available, if there's clear high impact and immediate action needed, we've waited a long time to take immediate action on some things. It's really helpful to do this, where it's really clear that there's a carcinogen, mutagen, reproductive toxicant, something that's mobile in the environment. We now have a new definition from the European Union on endocrine disrupting chemicals. Let's start using those definitions, even though we're working on what it actually means. PBTs, other things that have clear health and environmental impact. And obviously, those are things that are also going to be high on your product chemical combination list. So I would like to emphasize that even if alternatives are not on the market, that we may need to drive more research on alternatives for a functional use that's critical. I think we're getting into the essential use discussion. So I think that's something to touch on too, is that if we do need something to meet a particular product function, but we don't have a safe alternative out there, let's push for that research. So those are the two categories that I would think about. Another approach we've been taking somewhere else is just looking at, if we're looking at a functional use or a sector, to characterize all the chemistry that's available in that sector or for particular functional use, and then just start getting rid of the worst of the worst. So that's consistent with some other efforts that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Suzanne.
Thank you. And at this point, I think I'm mostly echoing the comments of others. I definitely agree with the concern of avoiding regrettable substitutions and making sure that making the process go faster doesn't mean that we are overlooking potential problems with the chemical or not doing longer term testing that might be needed to determine if something is an endocrine disruptor, for example, which often needs to go outside traditional testing protocols. I think in terms of what are the most relevant criteria, like others have said, if the chemical is already known to belong to a class from which other compounds are already deemed to be hazardous or high risk, use of the precautionary principle, chemicals that already are known to cause or related to chemicals functionally that cause ecological harm or damage to human health. And I also wanted to echo the comments about the need, hopefully, to use international data. And it sounds like that's an option, but just thinking about some of the recent reports that have come out about plastic chemicals from the EU, they're already using this really great chemical grouping approach. I've already highlighted 15 groups of chemicals that are clearly potentially hazardous and are pushing that in the global treaty negotiation. So I think staying connected to what the EU is doing, because they're really at the forefront of a lot of this, is important. So we're, collaborating and not necessarily reinventing the wheel. And yeah, just a lot of valuable information we could use there.
Thank you, Suzanne. Art, please.
Art Fong. My first set of comments actually related to the scenarios for moving directly to regulatory responses. And one of the first things that I thought of, I think it's really obvious, is that if there's already an existing replacement chemical, that would be one of the factors to move towards regulatory response. So if there are already widely accepted and used safer alternatives to the chemical of concern in the market, and one of some of the factors that I want to consider when it comes to accepted and used safer alternatives, it's also something that we need to emphasize a little bit more, is meeting performance requirements or performance standards, because that's a lot of times you see in the tox literature or AA literature about viable alternative assessments, and yes, they're less hazardous, but a lot of times they're not being incorporated or scaled because they do not meet the performance requirements. And another thing that prevents or slows down scaling is the fact that some of the so-called viable alternatives or safe alternatives are just not economically feasible for the manufacturers to adopt. And comment about existing comprehensive alternatives research. A lot of there's yes, if you go online, there are tons of really solid alternative assessment available, and a lot of those are actually they were done in support of things like eco-labels and certain certifications. But unfortunately, a lot of those, it's exactly what Kelly has pointed out. Sometimes they're more comparative chemical hazard assessments and do not incorporate or do not emphasize enough the exposure and exposure pathways. So I think that's something to just always keep in mind of. And another thing that, at least for me, in terms of pushing something towards regulatory responses, if the studies can demonstrate that there's a clear health and environmental benefit of the alternative assessment over the chemical of concern, I think that also would be another factor that would push me towards thinking about moving faster because, what Kathy said about the 2 stages and, about taking approximately 2 years to go through the various steps. I know that, and I've been on the panel since the beginning, since 2009. As a consumer, I'm just going, why is this going so slow? So, another thing to consider. And something that Ann Blake said about, if there's recognized significant public health and environmental risk, I mean, geez, that's another factor for going towards, moving faster towards regulatory response. And something that Helen said that I want to just again emphasize is that if there's already regulatory precedent, like if the priority product or chemical of concern already being regulated or banned in other jurisdictions based on comprehensive studies and risk assessments, I mean, that to me seems like, okay, if that's already been done, obviously move as fast as you can. I'll stop there. I'll have comments on the other questions, but I'll stop there.
All right,
Thank
thanks, thanks, Art. Jack, and then I see, do we have a comment online or a question online?
We have 2.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Jack.
Jack Leinard, just looking at the first question on what scenarios would it make sense to go directly there? I'm thinking of 2 in particular. Methylene chloride, to me, would have been an obvious candidate simply because when I go to the hardware store and look at what the options are, methylene chloride paint strippers are basically 1 ingredient, maybe a few ingredients. So it would have been fairly simple just to say, let's replace it with some alternatives that seem to work. The other one is we spent a lot of time on toluene and nail polishes, yet the comments I heard is that the vast majority of products don't have toluene. So therefore, it seems like there is a ready substitution already on the market. I'd be interested to know what happens with the study of toluene and nail polishes, because I would expect that the vast majority, certainly in terms of market share, would not have toluene in it. But those 2, the simpler the product, I think would be at least to start the thinking, a much more viable candidate for a quicker regulatory response. The other thing is, on the other end of the spectrum, there are products which over the lifetime of that product can become an issue in terms of safety from a microbiological point of view. So if you want to say, get rid of this preservative and replace with one that's safer, it can take quite a while to assess whether that product is safer. So those are the types of things you may want to have a much more in-depth, extensive alternative assessment, simply because it takes, in some cases, 6 months, a year, 2 years to make sure that the substitution actually does work.
Thanks, Jack. Alex, we have some questions online.
Oh, yes. Elaine Cohen with the EPA has her hand raised.
Wonderful. Hi, Elaine, you're on.
Hi, thank you. Elaine Cohen-Hubble. I am intrigued. I just have a few thoughts, which could be a little bit different, but I'm sort of intrigued by the fact that NAS, the National Academies, potentially reports from them with alternative assessments could be used. Because that seems to me as a potential opportunity to think about this authority as a way to, with colleagues in other jurisdictions, perhaps fund the National Academies to look at particular priority product areas. So I think that's one thing I just find kind of interesting. So, so kind of even sort of more broadly is, I think one of the things that's been particularly powerful about the Safer Consumer Products program is in fact where you're listing a candidate chemical or a priority product or a combination has sort of using those levers alone prior to regulation has driven the behavior you're after, which is of course safer products. So things have been removed, replaced, sort of before you've even gotten all the way to the regulatory actions. And in this case, I feel like that's something worth thinking about in terms of how you send signals, or how this additional authority could be used to send signals. So one of the things I heard a mention of, there's a couple of people mentioned the limitations of eco certifications. Well, eco certifications are driving, is like a market driver for changes in products and new products. So how can your signals about what would be enough of an alternatives analysis, what would that do to enrich the eco certifications and those the products that are now I'm talking about the certification products, but the tools that are being developed and used and encouraged. So, there's an opportunity here I see in how you frame what are these criteria that would help, that would move that development of those tools forward. So in a way, I guess one of the things I think that would be important to be thinking about all the time is, so what is it that you do through this legislation and authority that isn't getting done other places and can't be done other places? So people have already said, where stuff's going on, go ahead, use it, yay. And I think you do that in many ways. And I think your legislators often just kind of jump to the chase and take care of some of the things that are in process. So I guess the last thing I think I'll say is that, and I have a little bit different view than what I've heard so far in terms of what kinds of products or criteria for product chemical combinations might be of interest. And I'm interested again in how your signals drive sort of big changes in what it is that consumers do or have access to, basically your role in sort of driving these markets through these different signals and levers. And so to me, some of the, I'm just going to take building products as an example, because building products, we think a lot about, the toxic chemicals, a lot in formulations, but building products and articles, building products in particular, there's high volume, long use life. If the product and if the material and the product are not safe, then reuse and disposal become a huge issue. And so what I would say is where you see trends with big changes that are happening very quickly in uptake and manufacturing uptake of particular products, and I'll just throw out some flooring as an example, and I won't get specific. It seems to me that there are, again, these eco certification groups and these NGOs that are putting some things out and trying to get ahead of this. But rather than, yes, things that have been a problem for a long time and are small amounts, take care of. But to me, how do you use this as an opportunity to get ahead of the game where you're seeing big changes on things that seem like questionable product chemical combinations in terms of what consumers have available to them. So I think those are my main points. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Callie, and then we have another question from Kelly.
Or I think there was someone else online.
Oh, there's somebody else online? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we actually have two more. So next is a question from Homer Sway. And he's asking, isn't there already a process to ban chemicals outside of the SCP process? Struggling to grasp the advantage of direct to RR through and via the SCP process. What is the advantage versus outside of an SCP ban?
Yeah, so Homer, I just want to invoke a little protocol here. So those comments outside of the staff and the panel, how do we want to address this? I asked our SCP program to help here.
So normally that would be reserved for the public comment period. And I think, I mean, I'm looking at my co-chairs because I know the past co-chairs, because I know that they've had to navigate this. So we're happy to speak to it. I just want to make sure the panel wants us to speak to it.
Is there another I mean, I know we had our public comment period in the morning. Is there another, there's not another time for this, right? Okay, well,
okay.
All right, Kelly, please. Homer, we think that Kelly's question might help with this.
Thanks. Hi, Kelly Grant, SCP staff person. And one of the questions that I had for the panel was, how do you think about perhaps a product chemical combination where there is not a clear alternative, and using that regulatory response to invest in green chemistry and green engineering? And I'm just wondering what you all think about using our authority that way. And that maybe speaks to Homer's question a bit.
This is Meredith Williams, and I'm going to speak to the question. So we as a department and as a program have always said that safer consumer products isn't the answer to everything in this space. There's plenty of legislative activity, especially this legislative session, revolving around products and chemicals and products. And in some cases, it makes perfect sense for there to be a ban that's taken up by the legislature, especially if it's informed by good science. And in some cases, in the case of food packaging, that actually happened based on the work of the program. And so it's, this is not the be all and end all. It's another tool in the toolbox. And sometimes it's the right tool and sometimes it's not. So, and I'm not speaking to because that's for the panel.
And we have another question.
Yes, Julie Shonung raised her hand.
Yeah, great. Julie, please offer your comments.
Yes, hello. I want to thank the presenters, great summaries of this opportunity, and I'm excited with the increased authority to streamline some of this process and hopefully harmonize it too. I think is an advantage of this ability to use publicly available sources is that there is a push and that it signals a desire to have studies done by different entities and come up with the same outcome, and be able to harmonize and utilize different resources in combination. But my question was with regard to the third question from the staff. And that was with regard to how much to use publicly available sources versus alternative analysis done internally by the responsible entity. And so I guess my question was, in the existing process, do the responsible entities, are they expected to kind of start from scratch and develop their own data, or are they allowed to or encouraged to use already existing publicly available sources? Or even now there are places that do chemical hazard assessment for a fee, and developing a consulting type of framework for that, just as there is in the LCA community. So I wasn't clear that whether this is really distinct from what a responsible entity might do on their own accord.
Do we have a staff person that wants to respond to that before we move on? I'm sorry, Jen, thank you. My back is to you.
Thanks, Julie. Jen Jackson with SCP. I'd say that the responsible entities are welcome to employ whatever they can when they're doing their alternatives assessments. So they can use existing data, they can generate data, so they can do all of that. Some do, some don't. And so I think that's part of the sometimes a struggle, like what are they going to bring to the table? If they do, it's really remarkable and helpful, but sometimes they don't.
Thank you, Jen. And Andre, do you have a addition? Okay. So I opened up to start a discussion for anybody to begin at any place. It feels like most of our discussion has been around question 1. So I want to just, honor the 5 questions that we have and just go back and ask our panel first before I'm, call on additional people. Are there other comments that people have that we want to round out question number 1? We heard a number of different criteria and considerations around scenarios that should be considered for this. Any additional insights, especially given comments raised by other panelists that might prompt additional thoughts by you? I'd like to kind of close out moving towards question 1 and keep us moving, making sure that we address all the questions because we've popcorned around them, but I want to have a distorted direct conversation about each. So question 1, you do? Kelly. And then
Yeah,
Helen.
that's so the disadvantage of going first is that you can't respond to everyone else, and I forgot something. So I think that a key point is that what the department can do is more nuanced than legislation. So legislation can be a very blunt tool, and I think that balance, it's expensive to have the department do things. It's expensive for the state. It costs resources, money, that could have been devoted to other things. So trying to figure that out is important. But the SCP is very good at trying to sort through the science that helps understand what's necessary and what's not, and crafting regulation around that. So that's a point I want to make. And then I forgot my examples, just in terms of the points I were making earlier about what kinds of things are priorities. One is lead and asbestos and brake pads. I can't get through one of these meetings without talking about brake pads. So when I was working with the brake pad manufacturers around copper and brake pads, we included other chemicals, not just because they might have been in alternative formulations, but we specifically included lead and asbestos and actually a couple other things in the regulations because they weren't necessary and they were still appearing in products. So what I got off that is 2 themes here. One is that stuff with lead in it, maybe there's an alternative and those are really high level candidates. And also that the industry as a group wanted that regulation and wanted it to occur right away because it would help close out irresponsible manufacturers from putting those products with asbestos and lead into the California marketplace. So it was an advantage that had a nationwide implication and very quickly after the legislation. Similarly, I think the department might be able to tackle some of those kinds of things. And I'm hopeful that industry groups might approach the department and say, hey, we want to close out people who are doing something really irresponsible. It gives a bad name to our product, and it's not necessary because there's so many products without the harmful ingredient. So that's one thing. And then the other example, I just briefly, it's not a SCP example, but it's such a good one of the severe thing. So in our state, we still allow a concentrate pesticide, a malathion, to be sold at retail shelves. This has been associated with poisonings. It's actually associated with water quality impairment listings. It's not necessary. There are many insecticide alternatives that, although bad, are much safer than malathion concentrate. This is a product that is not necessary. The state hasn't moved to regulate that because of the burden associated with removing it's like 2 products from the market. So this kind of pathway might allow DTSC to do that kind of thing. So not for malathion, obviously, it's because that's a pesticide, but I was just using that as an example of something really horrible for which there's lots of alternatives. I think that's also true in the other product consumer marketplace. Before I lose the dais, I do want to clarify the public comment issue because I'm concerned that folks online may have a different impression. And maybe the attorney who's here can weigh in on this. When I was chairing the meetings, we were told that the public comment period was limited to the open public comment period and that the comments were made to the panel for the panel's consideration in the discussion, and that comments outside of that could be directed to the department at any time. But that wasn't appropriate for this process. And I'm just wondering, is that still the case, or have we changed our public comment process here?
Somebody from the department want to respond to that?
Yeah, I don't want to put our attorneys who are here on the spot since they are not our Bagley-Keene experts. So I'm going to spare them that. And I'm going to say that has always been my understanding and the way that we've conducted the meetings. And we didn't have a chance to touch base about that beforehand. So I was going to talk to you about it on the break, but that's the way we've always interpreted.
Okay. All right. And thanks, Alex, if you can help us with that process too, with those coming in online. Great. And do you have a comment on question number 1? Okay, wonderful.
So I actually wanted to follow up, Ann Blake. I think I've already addressed this comment, but Kelly Grant brought up this issue of how do we feel about the department's move. Do you want to repeat your question about how do you feel about?
Yeah, for product chemical combinations where there's not a clear viable alternative, using that regulatory response authority to get manufacturers to invest in green chemistry and green engineering.
So I'll probably be a broken record about this, but I think it's a powerful tool. As Meredith has said earlier, it's not the only tool in the toolbox, but it's really, really helpful having looked at market barriers to safer chemistry. Sometimes there are functional alternatives available, but they have barriers to market. Art has talked about some of them as performance and economic arguments, but definitely the economic barrier when you're up against an incumbent technology. It's really helpful to just have another driver, in this case, a regulatory driver. And I think if there are no functional alternatives, it's absolutely key to have a driver to push for research to find an alternative for a specific function. So.
Thank you, Anne. Helen.
Helen Holder. So I kind of want to take a moment on the second half of question 1 on criteria. I think the biggest bang for the buck is going to be in cases with comparative chemical hazard, because that tends to be a little bit more standard jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And we're not there yet, but eventually maybe some LCA where there's a little bit, if people are using standardized tools and definitions and so on, you may be able to bring that in a little bit easier than maybe some of the things that are very specific. I think we've very thoroughly covered the fact that other sources are not going to really cover A through M in the way that we would do it within the program. So I think that that's not a reasonable expectation, but there's certain chunks of it that are just more standardized. So it may be, rather than having to do all A through M at the very beginning, you can say, yeah, this is really bad. There's a really good comparative chemical hazard, work that's been done that puts this on fast track to do something else. That's kind of how I would see it, is not like replacing all of that work, but use the major indicators in particular of comparative chemical hazard, which is a major litmus on a lot of these decisions, so that you don't have to go back and again start from scratch. You can pick that up from other authorities that have done equivalent level work to what you would do yourself.
Hi, this is Michelle Romero, and I just have an additional question for the conversation. And this is not my original question. I'm just speaking on behalf of Ann Cooper. And she's wondering about what happens when we have the evaluation to show no alternatives, meaning if we have to provide an evaluation to substantiate that when an RE is telling us that they have no alternatives. how would you comment on whether we could substantiate this, if we would need to like corroborate that this is actually true, or?
And can you come up to a microphone, please?
If we're trying to go straight to reg response, this is Ann Cooper Doherty, and saying, excuse me, that there's no alternatives, we have to have an alternatives evaluation to rely on. And so if there's not one, like, and those tend to be more extensive, right? And so if there's not one, what do we rely on? And I guess a similar question to Helen's point about like the things that are already there that like easy ones to do, are there available alternatives evaluations for those? Because a lot of times if they are really bad, people just switch out and they don't necessarily publish, oh, here's what we did, like, here's our findings. So any thoughts y'all have about that, since there is the thing that we do have to provide publicly available ones, or we do them ourselves. And speaking of expensive, that gets expensive too. So sorry to jump in. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take my facilitator hat off here and maybe add some comments to this. And I think some of them do address Ann Cooper's questions. But you know, one of my concerns about this, about moving directly to regulatory response, is a dilution in some ways of what this program offers above and beyond what we can do simply by legislative bans and restrictions, which is asking entities to consider what the alternatives are, to vet them. I've just been part of a study for the European Commission where we're looking at issues of restrictions and authorizations under the EU. And we've had, I mean, there's been so many examples of regrettable substitutions when the EU has simply restricted a chemical and where there hasn't been a necessary requirement to vet the alternatives and to say what they're moving to and to justify, in fact, that they are not regrettable. And so when there has to be, in my opinion, some intermediary process. If you're going to move to regulatory response for a specific priority product, that we have to do some additional layering of considerations of what people are going to probably move to instead. And so when the program originally took on the issue of methylene chloride in paint strippers, they also started to consider NMP in paint strippers. I think we have to maybe do some more combinations of thinkings of what is inclusive of that regulatory response to ensure against regrettable substitutes. And again, when we don't ask entities to do this evaluation, when we don't do it ourselves to say what's encompassed, I think this has been a limitation, for example, in the Washington program under Safer Products for Washington. They have the authority to issue restrictions, but they have no authority to know what those entities are moving to instead. Again, this is the benefit of this program, to institutionalize alternatives analysis thinking. And I don't want it to be lost by this quick movement to a regulatory response. We have to get people to ensure that we aren't moving towards a regrettable substitution, or else we lose this vision around safer products. I mean, to Ann's point, Ann Cooper's point, I do think there's a lot here we can watch and learn from in Europe. They're quickly moving to adapt a substitution framework under their REACH revision. They're trying to think about what early signals can be done to support substitution at an earlier phase, requiring this alternatives analysis thinking. And there's also thinking about, all right, we don't have an alternative, then what, right? And there are provisions right now, for example, under authorization that allow for continued use. That's the same case under restrictions with regard to their derogations. But it requires a substitution plan. It requires a research and development plan. So somehow, scoping out for the program, what would we be required of an R&D plan should there not be an available alternative? It needs to, we've talked about this in prior meetings where Helen said it has to be time limited, right? You have 8 years. You have 10 years to figure it out an alternative. Again, we've had some of these prior conversations, but I think there's models here that we can dive into more. And I also think there's room to watch how this is evolving in Europe. Again, to speak to some of this regulatory alignment across jurisdictions that are all trying to do the same thing. Okay, so Helen, please.
Helen Holder. Yeah, so you reminded me of another conversation that we've had before, which is if you're going to do a restriction of any type, whether it be sort of fast or slow, monitoring has to be really part of it, monitoring the actual impacts of the alternatives, because we are not omniscient. And even the best analysis may not catch something that's unintended because it's unintended. Right. And so it kind of goes hand in hand with that. It's like if you had a case where you wanted to use this fast authority and maybe the best information we have available says, yes, we should do this, so some of the cases that Kelly's talking about, for example, we should make I think monitoring needs to be a requirement in those cases. It should be in all cases, but especially in those cases, because you might have missed something because of not doing maybe as thorough of an AA.
All right, other comments here on question number 1, and I just want to make sure we do our due diligence across all of these questions and move us more towards this notion of an advantage and disadvantage of sourcing alternatives analysis and reports other than those provided by responsible entities. I know Art started us, I think, off, or at least I'm lifting up one of Art's comments here about, you really lose specificity around kind of performance considerations when you don't ask the responsible entities to do this. But are there other comments about the pros and cons of sourcing alternatives analyses versus getting those directly from responsible entities? I mean, there is a lot of work going on around in this space. And one thing that comes to mind for me is, again, the product certifications, things like cradle to cradle evaluations. I know these are used heavily by Washington and their assessment of alternatives under Safer Consumer Products program. And it feels to me there's probably, in the case of this program, there will be no external report, study, source that you'll be able to use in full to meet your criteria. I do think there's a when I look at this literature, I see a lot in the literature around hazard assessment. I see a lot sometimes around issues of socioeconomic assessments, but I think there's an opportunity to piecemeal information from external sources. I do not think you're going to get it all from one report. And just making sure that is part of the purview to allow the framework for the SCP evaluation to be fulfilled by a number of different sources rather than a single source, I think is going to be important to consider. But again, to me, that's a drawback because you're not more likely than not to find it from one source. But if in fact we can evolve these provisions to allow for multiple sources, I think that might be a benefit. But our panel, and I don't know if Julie or Elaine have comments on this, but other pros and cons here. Suzanne.
Sure, and I agree with what you're saying that potentially multiple sources are what we need to go with here realistically, but maybe an advantage to sourcing information outside of what a responsible entity would provide is that, not that this probably comes up too often because I think the SCP is very careful about this, but you would be avoiding any potential conflicts of interest by having the responsible entity, which is producing the chemical of concern and looking for the alternative, being the only source of information on potential alternatives. So that would be a huge benefit, I think.
Yeah, so this is Elaine Cohen-Hubble.
Thanks, Elaine, please.
Okay, so I just building on that, I do think there's advantages, again, in terms of what this, if you think about what were the drivers for this particular authority, it is really a frustration and not unreasonable with how long it takes to really to make decisions and make sure they're perfect, or the best that they can be. So I do think there's advantages to putting out there that you will be sourcing evaluations and what information would be the sort of minimal viable kinds of information required, just in a way to, again, have there be some kind of lever encouraging development of these alternatives by, in particular, some of the NGOs and certification groups that are already doing this kind of work, but are doing it in a way that doesn't fully, meet the needs of this program and raises concerns for people about regrettable substitutions. But I really encourage the program to think about the fact that the perfect cannot be the enemy of the good, and the power of the program to really drive development of not just the information that you can ask for, but information that can be, crowdsourced, which is, I see this as a real opportunity to basically crowdsource and encourage a lot of better information.
Thanks, Celine. Others on this question? I might also, again, take my facilitator hat off here, but I'm invoking lessons under Europe again. But one of the things that the European courts, under some lawsuits that have happened under authorization, have invoked the term is something called suitable alternative is generally available. So it's called SAGA, right? And so this has come up in response to this issue of how much specificity to my exact process is necessary to defend whether or not there's an existing alternative or otherwise. And so, should the program move to, some assessments that are not done directly by responsible entities where that specificity is lost, there needs to be some sort of, criteria or policy provision that I think puts a stake in the sand of again, that it's generally available, right? That it's suitable, it's safer and suitable and generally available. And there may be nuances for every responsible entity, and there might be subsequent provisions that are opened up to allow what those nuances and provisions might be under a regulatory response framework. But I think there's kind of some policy rules that would need to get established, and there might be, again, some guidance that we can draw from Europe around whether or not a suitable and safer alternative is generally available as kind of being that stake in the sand for what we're looking for. Meredith. Sorry, it's a problem when I have my back to people.
Helen Holder. When you started talking about litigation, you actually made me kind of connect a couple of dots, which is, I am not a lawyer, so I'm asking a question, not offering an opinion. In general, a lot of the decisions do get challenged, including through litigation. And I think that having a very thorough AA that meets the requirements of the original A through M and all of the subsequent requirements that have been placed on it is much more defensible, just in general. And that would be sort of a question to kind of ask yourself, is like, if you were going to not use this method that has all of the weight behind it, which is it's a very good shield. Are the potential benefits of not having that shield in litigation and other sorts of challenges, is that the path you want to take? That would just be kind of the question to ask yourself.
Meredith.
Thank you for that comment. It's a very astute comment. And I do think all of our rigor has stood us in good stead and made the program very robust against litigation. And we have prevailed when we needed to. So just to emphasize, I don't think we see any barriers to using multiple sources and Frankensteining, the different pieces to get what we need in order to move to regulatory response based on existing material. So I don't think that's a problem. And I just wanted to kind of double down on this concern. Well, it's an opportunity. We have put the burden on the manufacturers to do the alternatives analysis, and that means that the department uses less resources for that process. However, it does mean that there's a potential, for lack of a better descriptor, to game the alternatives analysis by saying it's, the requirement for the functionality or whatever it is so narrow that there is no alternative. And so this authority does open up the possibility of us being able to put more pressure on industry for innovation, for consideration of wider alternatives. And I think that's one of the things that I think the team would say, that they are seeing some very narrow, granted, we don't have tons of alternatives analyses yet, but that's one of the things that we're going to be up against.
Other comments on question number 2? Mike, you've been quiet. I don't want to signal you out, but if you had any thoughts.
Not on 1 and 2.
Okay. Not on 2. Okay. So we're going to move on to question 3. And again, we've heard some of this about possible benefits and drawbacks from moving directly to a regulatory response. I offered mine about concerns, for regrettable substitutes when we're not considering the whole package of what could be considered as an alternative. But other thoughts on this possible drawbacks or benefits? And some of them I think have also been addressed in our question number 1 about why we should do this, right? Why it's beneficial. Timing being one thing, the obviousness of additional need and regulatory. Oh, sure. Sorry. There we go. Thank you for that. Additional comments here. I think we've heard some, but I just want to make sure we round out these questions for the staff. Oh, Mike has one and I don't even see it because it's right in front of me.
And so Mike Arangelo, and I agree, we've talked about parts of this, but it goes back to what Kelly was saying as well. I mean, the mic here, because I'm going to talk with my hands as always. I do see a benefit to this moving directly to a regulatory response. I'm thinking back, Andre was talking about the toluene and nail polish. It was an issue at some point, so if it's such a small group, but we also know that there are exit possibilities early because we put together the 3-year plan. So many members of industry are going to potentially look at that plan ahead of time and say, well, they're going to look at that. I'm just going to remove it right now. And you never get to that point. You're going to come up with a priority product, ask about it. There's no one in it. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. But what it does is if you say, oh, there's no one in it, we're going to do nothing, then 2 years down the road, nothing's been done. There were no alternative assessments generated, but you've got now someone from a different country, say, wanting to import it. There's no requirement not to. So in the case of being able to go right into a regulatory rule, when you're finding through public commentary period ahead of time that you're getting no interest because people have moved away, I think it's appropriate to say, okay, we looked at this. Here was our rationale. We're not seeing enough responsible parties coming forward to create an alternatives assessment, we're just going to go straight to a regulatory action and put it out there and prevent it from recurring in the future. The department shouldn't have to keep looping back around and saying, okay, now did someone decide they're going to use it? And it's not. So I think that's totally applicable. I think with, when Kelly was talking about, should we do that to go right into a green chemistry thing? Again, it gets to the same issue. You'll have had public meetings ahead of time to discuss this. You'll have had potentially workshops to discuss this. And if you see people are saying there's no solution or nope, it's not an issue anymore, then maybe you throw that, fine, there's nothing going to happen. You're not going to provide an alternative assessment. Then let's look at green chemistry to try and do it. It might not come up with a solution, but it doesn't mean it shouldn't be looked at. So I think it is applicable. I think the green chemistry is a harder one because you're saying someone's got to belly up some money, and you got to find the people to pay for those initiatives. But it doesn't mean it's not appropriate to start the process of looking. And maybe it's going to get someone to suddenly come up with an alternative instead. So you get that through this public discussion. But I do believe that the benefits, while we've talked a lot about drawbacks, I do see benefits in preventing problems from recurring if that happens. And it benefits those companies that have looked at it ahead of time and gotten rid of it and come up with a safer alternatives from maybe it's a small mom and pop shop or something. And now it's out of their perspective. They don't see it, they don't know, and they go ahead and put it in there. So I think it's beneficial.
It's that leveling of the playing field to make sure it's leveled throughout and forever, right? Helen.
Helen Holder. Yeah, so I kind of want to just connect the dots and reiterate and make sure that, first of all, I'm kind of understanding what other panelists have said and maybe clarify that there seems to be in the scenario of potentially using that authority, there are kind of two big cases. There are alternatives or there are not known alternatives. And there's some concern that if there are alternatives in use, that maybe they need to be assessed, but that we have observed cases where that's relatively settled. I think where it would be inappropriate to move straight to regulation is where there really aren't any known alternatives. I think that should be just a non-starter because you need that process to understand what replacements might be. So I for what that's worth, I think that I don't know. It just seems like restricting without any idea of what might be replaced seems not in the spirit of the restrictions, or in this spirit of the regs.
Meredith.
I appreciate that. The only caveat I would put on there is just that we do have such a broad range of regulatory responses available to us, which could be just labeling the product so that people have better awareness. We've mentioned the Green Chemistry Challenge a couple of times. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we end up in the space that you're concerned about. But obviously, if we were to move to a ban with very little information, that seems perhaps precipitous, but Jen Jackson wants to say something.
Just building on that, the reg responses also, as I read them, allow us to say you can't move to these other chemicals of concern either, or over a certain threshold. So there's some room for us to have the nuance that may be needed in a particular product category.
Andrea, do you want to build on that?
Yeah, so in the scenario that Helen was mentioning, Andrea Algazi, sorry, how would it play out would be an abridged alternatives analysis saying there's no alternative. And then the regulatory response would be, green chemistry research, green chemistry and engineering research. So in that scenario, if we go through the normal process, if it's something really egregious, I guess we could do the ban or restriction, but the most likely way it would play out anyway is that regulatory response. To Meredith's point, there's a menu. So we're not necessarily going to restriction or ban.
Other, oh, did you have a, nope, okay. Kelly.
Just really briefly, Jen mentioned labeling, and that's a really interesting thing that I hadn't really been thinking about in this context. And just to throw it out there, that there could potentially be a situation where the department would choose to regulate so that the regulatory response of labeling occurred. And there's a lot of consumer interest in that. And other interest too, actually, other scientists and others. So the ingredient disclosure is really a problem.
Right. Anne
Blake, I've been debating whether to continue sort of keep harping on this or not. I think there needs to be some sort of time limit, because I know there are other regulatory structures that say a ban will come in place as soon as safer alternatives come onto the market, and it's really easy to game that. And I'm sort of worried about gaming the research as well. I mean, you could drag the research out for ages. Anyway, so that's not very articulate, but I'm sort of thinking about how do we handle this as we go into regulatory response. But I think if we do an abridged alternatives analysis, that gives us a little more space. And then, but there does potentially need to be some time limit on if you're doing R&D on green chemistry, that we need a timeline. I think, Helen, you talked earlier about putting a timeline in, or a plan. Somebody else mentioned an R&D plan. Is that a European model, Molly?
It was a Helen and Molly comment. Yeah.
Helen, Molly comment. Great. Thank you.
Great. Well, we'll move forward on our last couple questions that we really haven't dug into much here. But before we do, just wanted to make sure, Julie, Elaine, any additions here before we move on? Not seeing it. Not hearing it. Okay. All right. So our next question, and we really haven't gotten into this one. I haven't heard any comments offered, but are there products that consumer products that we're aware of here that would make sense at this moment in time just to move to regulatory response? Anne.
I'm not sure I'm going to answer, Anne Blake. I'm not sure I'm going to answer that question directly, but my notes I had here, we've talked about certification programs earlier. And so I was just wanting to point to resources where there's a lot of data about alternatives already on the market, and you already know many of them. I'm thinking, for example, Elaine mentioned building products earlier that have high impact, high volume, in some cases really high toxicity. Building products are the second largest user of plastics, for example, after packaging. So someone like Healthy Building Network, now rebranded as Habitable. A lot of data on a whole lot of different, because buildings touch so many supply chains, material supply chains. So that's a big source of information. And then I think going to other certification programs, Green Screen, EWG certified, other state programs that have regulated products. I mean, these are not new ideas. And then somebody like, all these folks that will know about sectors that have safer alternatives on the market, where we can get rid of the worst of the worst. And then you're already partnering with the UC Berkeley Center for Green Chemistry. Like Kelly with brake pads, I can't go through a meeting without mentioning the Berkeley Center. So their industry partnerships for the sectors that have been active in trying to get rid of high hazard materials. So just resources of additional data on where safer alternatives are available.
Does anybody else want to expand on this question? Ideas about existing safer alternatives, or again, ideas about where to even think about finding them for specific consumer products? All right.
This is Julie.
Thanks, Julie.
Sure. I assume that there's familiarity with Marty Mulvihill's Safer Made program, but it's a good place to find if you haven't been following the companies and startups and things that he's promoting. So just wanted to put in a plug for that.
Good plug. All right. Well, our last question here is one of how do we ensure high quality petitions? And again, I'm looking back, that can be received from the public to make these suggestions that the program should move directly to regulatory response. Any thoughts or guidance about what that needs to look like in terms of criteria and otherwise? Art, start us off.
Actually, my flag was up for the last question. Sorry. I was asking, the question says, in terms of being aware, if you're aware of safe alternatives, I thought, is the question directly at asking safe alternatives to the priority products or safe alternatives in general? Because some of the examples that Anne and Julie gave are not necessarily directly related to priority products.
Yeah, I think the question was more general. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, well, there are tons of those. So you like to plug European, scenarios or situations. So a really good place to identify or find potential safe alternatives to problematic chemicals. It's NGO out of Sweden, Chemsec. They have a marketplace, and that's the purpose of marketplace is to help individuals and companies identify safer solutions. And they're in the process of actually enhancing the usability and content of the marketplace. And when it comes to another category of materials that has really good information, it's cleaners and degreasers, especially cleaners and degreasers that are used in manufacturing. But cleaners and degreasers, you can use them anywhere. It's the work that we've done with through Green Screen Certify and also with Chem Forward. And there's actually a publicly free database available for lists of cleaners that have been through one of the assessment frameworks, such as Green Screen and or Chem Forward's framework. So that information is actually, I think now there are about over 25 cleaners and degreasers in the database that you can go to. And all of those cleaners and degreasers will tell you which framework it was assessed under, and what the and why they're not problem or they're safe to use.
Thanks, Art. You made, I want to put another point on the table around something that Anne asked at the beginning of all of this, which is kind of the criteria that's being used to, that it should be an NAS study, it should be published in the literature, or it should be published, a report published by other states. And to me, a point that Art's raising are all these databases that are essentially case studies of industry, right? Industry doesn't publish in the literature. Industry doesn't. I think we might have to revisit what these sources of applicability may be, because again, we have very few publications coming from the sources that are actually adopting the alternatives. So I just would recommend maybe broadening this. And again, all of those portals to information around case studies of alternatives, case studies of alternatives assessments, those that are done by industry shouldn't be discounted just because they're not published in journals, or they're not published by, again, they're just more food for thought to be considered. Again, not to say that they would be discounted, just because. I think I heard a comment earlier that they need to be vetted again before consideration. But all right, I'll stop there. But we have a couple more comments or questions on this one. And I'm forgetting who came in order. I think Helen was next.
I'm going to talk to the last point. So if other people have other things first, they can go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Helen Holder. So some thoughts about how to make the petitions a little easier for people to be able to submit, because I want to help that. Templates are helpful. Forms are helpful. Models are helpful. If there's a model petition that people can just sort of look at and say, this is a good petition, this is kind of what we're looking for, that will help a lot. I know that everybody is very resource constrained, but another thing would be to have like a liaison to help petitioners who can field questions. I've had that with some of the other processes, some of the other environmental processes where they had a liaison that I could just ask a question. That would be one. And then finally, if there's some way to do matchmaking of people of interest on a same topic, because rather than having lots of different groups or individuals working on an issue, letting them find the other people who are working on an issue or on a chemical might be helpful. So that again, people are pooling their resources. These are not trivial petitions to put together. So banding together is probably a smart thing.
Great. Julie, I think you were next.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to go back to the other possible sources and expand. So there's also obviously all the third-party certifications, but the one that hasn't been mentioned is patents. And so new chemicals, new formulations, new product designs that might land in a patent could also provide a basis for a safer alternative.
Great source. Elaine, you're next. Question number 4 or 5.
Oh, yeah, I put down my hand for now. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Meredith.
Again, going back a little, I misunderstood where Helen was. This is Meredith Williams. A couple of things. I believe, and Ashley is going to confirm this for me, that the mandate about what constitutes an authoritative report that we can reference is in statute. So statutory changes are hard. So it's not something that, it's not off the table, but I'm just making sure everybody's clear on that constraint. And then I do want to mention safer choice. We're talking about safer alternatives, and EPA's safer choice obviously has a number, that they would have quite a catalog of potentially existing safer alternatives that we could consider acting on. And then pivoting to the last point, this conversation reminds me of the conversation we had around the petition process for listing priority products and developing tools to help people navigate that. And we did go through this, just as a reminder, under as part of that process. And I think we have a lot to learn from that could be applied here.
Thanks, Mary.
So
all right.
I actually, sorry.
Go ahead. You were in the lineup. Elaine,
oh, okay. This is Elaine Cohen-Hubble. Meredith brought it back up about what the authority was in terms of where alternatives assessments could come from. And so I'm just going to go back to this NAS reports as an opportunity. And again, I know it's expensive to commission NAS to do anything, but where there are stakeholders, that might want to come together, or other, other funding organizations that may be interested in this space, that would be a way for some of these industry sponsored or manufacturer sponsored alternatives assessments to potentially make their way, into this process. So I think this is, I brought it up before, but there's something very intriguing about them having pointed to NAS, because that's not really what they do. They're not really in the alternative, the space where they do alternatives assessments. But if there's a way to sort of use what it is they do in terms of convening and putting together studies and reports to identify some of these existing alternatives, that would be something to consider.
Kelly, I believe you were next.
Yeah, just briefly, You made a comment that industry doesn't publish, and in my experience, there's lots of industry-funded publications, and many of them are around things that are more environmentally marginal and are often to defend an alternative as compared to others. So I wish that were not the theme, but I did want to point out that I think industry does publish, and oftentimes it's chemical defense publications as opposed to something that's a little more even-handed. I do see this thing as an opportunity, as I said earlier, for responsible industries to bring forth through a publication NAA that would help get irresponsible members of an industry that make it look bad off the market. So I certainly hope that that kind of thing could occur. And given the other kinds of publications that are, and the way that which they're done with pooling of funds through an industry association and so forth, it appears to me that there is a model that would provide that it would be just awesome if the state really encouraged, because I think that would be really helpful if it's that kind of thing. I also urge some caution because I've seen a lot of sleight of hand. I'm pretty confident that DTSC scientific team is, you've hired an amazing team of folks, a lot of PhDs. They're really deep and talented, and I'm very confident that they can ferret the kinds of things out that I'm concerned about. So I'm not worried about the state being blown away by something that's wrong. And then I want to second the comment around assisting people with petitions. Although that appears to be a cost that maybe would be a cost associated with NGOs, it's probably cheaper than reviewing a really bad petition.
Jack, you're next.
Jack Leonard. I was just going to talk about the last question. I'll start with that. I agree with Helen on the framework/template. I think from a DTSC point of view, the more A to M questions that a petition answers, the better off it'll be. And I think A to M to me covers the gamut of the consumer product world pretty much in its entirety. So I think the more information on that, it would also prevent somebody from just saying, I want chemical X banned, and with no supporting data. I think if you make them fill in a blank somewhere with here's some data, maybe you don't get all of it, but at least you make the petitioner think about what data gaps there might be in their petition. And just quickly, publishing, to Kelly's point, a lot of companies use websites as their publication medium. They put in all kinds of position statements, why they do this, why they don't do that. So just that to me is publication. And lastly, patents were mentioned. Patents are a problem because companies do patent. And if they come up with a really nice new chemical or product combination, that prevents other companies from using it. And I don't think DTSC can be in the habit of forcing some company to do something illegal, which is violate another company's patent. So again, patents are something we have to consider.
Thanks, Jax. Suzanne.
Suzanne Brander. Just wanted to follow up on a couple of the comments. There was one comment about thinking about other sources of information for petitioners and ensuring high quality petitions. And the EPA's Safer Choice program was mentioned, which I think is great. But another program, which I've sort of referred to this already, but the EU, the European Commission, has a Safe and Sustainable by Design program that's been in process for the past couple of years, which would provide a wealth of information and potentially already assessed alternatives. And then also just wanted to follow up on the comment of the importance of having a template and assistance with filing petitions to ensure high quality, and even using something like a system like Qualtrics, for example, that is used to design surveys. So people have a very clear cut list of questions that they're answering. So it's easy, not only easy to submit the petition, but also easy to evaluate it because you're seeing the information in similar order submitted via a similar process.
Thank you. And Elaine, I think you have your hand up again.
Yes, so I actually wanted to follow up on the peer-reviewed publications as one of the acceptable forms of alternative assessments. That's actually in the authority. So now I'm speaking as a editor-in-chief of a journal in the environmental health space. And so I don't want to assume, but and I'll just go ahead and just put on the record that there's, first of all, a lot of peer-reviewed, quote, peer-reviewed journals that should not in any way be considered as providing material that would be considered appropriate. And just in general, peer reviews kind of under, scientific peer review in journal articles and things is not a particularly standard process. So there are absolutely ways, and I do know that the staff are well aware of what journals, hopefully, although it's become more and more difficult, which journals are appropriate and do have high quality content. But regardless, all journals at even the very highest levels are struggling with peer review and the lack of standardization, and the fact that it is an all volunteer process. People are not paid to do peer review, and they're not, there's just a lot about the process that's very limiting. So in terms of using material that's available in high quality peer reviewed literature to piece together, because I've heard mention of piecing together.
Oh, bummer. Well, unfortunately, it looks like we lost Elaine, but I do think she's reiterating, Kelly's point about, yes, there are, industry submissions into the literature, some are valid and some should be judged as being questionable and of concern. So important for the staff to be able to vet this. If we get Elaine back, we'll round out what she's saying. But I think that was our last comment that I'm seeing. And we're actually on time to pivot to lunch. So I guess with that, thank you, panel. I appreciated this conversation. It was robust, interesting, deep. There was a lot of alignment. There was a lot of building on kind of prior comments that I think helped to round out some recommendations and some suggestions. So great start to our morning. And I'm going to turn it back to Alex to dismiss us for lunch.
Yes, we are about to break for lunch and we will resume at 1:45. The panelists and staff lunch is taking place across the bridge and to the left in Klamath Room.
I hope you all had a nice lunch. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide an overview of what SCP has been doing, utilizing the use tox modeling tool in our chemical screening process, and maybe some allusion to our alternate, how we can use it in our AA framework as well. Today's presentation, in addition to myself, was put together with Lei Huang and Michelle Romero under the support of our sponsor, Natalie Pham. Lei is our subject matter expert on use tox, and she unfortunately couldn't be here in person, but if you have questions for her, she is on the Zoom as a panelist for later. And yeah. So for my talk this afternoon, I'll provide a little bit of background on how we got here in the first place, provide a quick overview of what use tox is, and then go into some highlights, project highlights, and overall summary findings, not like the nitty gritty, but overarching summary findings for the work SCP has done specific to a collaboration that we're doing with the University of Michigan, which also included training for staff that we did earlier this year. And then finally, questions for the panel. So a little bit of background. In 2022 at the Winter GRSP meeting, we had a SCP presented a topic on emerging data science efforts and provided an overview of how SCP plans to use state-of-the-science methodologies to inform product chemical prioritization and exposure characterization. This included highlighting that we had just acquired, finalized a contract with Cleria to obtain ingredient data,
and also continued on how we're utilizing Mintel, the global new products database, to get information on which products, quaternary ammonium compounds we're currently in for some research. We had also introduced quickly went over how we utilize systematic review for the initial screening of children's products, which at the time was a new product category in the 3-year priority product work plan. And then we also highlighted that we started a contract with the University of Michigan to utilize use talks to predict exposures for children to endocrine disrupting compounds, or EDCs. So it's this last bullet that I'll go into now. So what is use talks? Use talks is a global multimedia compartmental mass balance model. It was initiated under the United Nations Environment Program and the Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry Life Cycle Initiative. It's developed by many researchers, international researchers, primarily located in Europe and North America, and includes our very own Lei Huang. Use talks characterizes human toxicity and freshwater ecotoxicity impacts. The latest version of use talks also now incorporates terrestrial ecotoxicity impacts, but this is for a small number of chemicals. Use talks models from a chemical source to its environmental fate, to human and ecosystem exposures, and finally outputs the impacts to people and ecological receptors. It is applicable for neutral organics and metal ions. It is not applicable to inorganics, but if we have organics that ionize, it's just important to know that the uncertainty is higher for these predictions. It is used by the European Commission and US EPA and other industry practitioners for chemical assessment approaches such as life cycle assessment, chemical substitution and alternatives assessment, and risk assessment / risk screening. So it is important to understand that there are different perspectives in chemical assessment approaches. So the first is coming from a producer emitter perspective, which focuses on the product specific impacts of how to compare impacts of basically it asks how to compare the impacts of products or chemicals in the product. And we're looking at the exposure related impacts estimated per unit of chemical emitted or used. It is a comparative ranking of impacts, and the chemical assessment approaches that take the producer perspective are life cycle assessment and AA. On the other hand, there we go. We have the receptor perspective, and this is a chemical specific hazard assessment and risks. And we're asking, do individuals, population groups, or entire populations, are they safe? And we're looking at the exposures and related risks estimated per person. This is a conservative ranking of risks based off of exposure and toxicity. And risk assessment and high throughput risk screening are chemical assessment approaches that take the perspective from the receptor. So Use Talks Consensus Model 3.0 Beta is the latest version that is a tool that can be used amongst these chemical assessment approaches. It's a multi-compartment framework that combines near field and far field exposure pathways. It generates results for both the emitter and receptor perspectives. And Use Talks integrates exposures to chemicals in consumer products and exposure to environmental emissions. It can differentiate sensitive subpopulations and high-end users from general exposure scenarios. And it couples exposure and hazard information quantitatively. Use Talks embeds chronic toxicity criteria into the interface, but it can be changed to different toxicity criteria based off of different exposure scenarios. Lastly, it does allow for high throughput screening of multiple chemicals because there is a batch run function. That said, this is still a single chemical per product evaluation and does not take into account the, the intersection or the, what's the word? How other chemicals mix together in, say, formulated products. So Use Talks has a base model, which looks at direct environmental emissions, but it also includes 5 submodels. And this includes a skin surface application, chemicals embedded in the interior of an article. So this is like phthalates in toys. There's also submodels for food contact materials, object surface application, and pesticide residues. Use Talks, the latest version of Use Talks has a default run function, or actually, first off, it's an Excel-based model that can be downloaded for free from usetalks.org. And it has just like a standard default mode that allows for you to run any chemical in any product that's already embedded into Use Talks, but it also has 6 product-specific interfaces. So these include building materials, toys, interior paints, food contact materials, personal care products, which you'll be hearing a lot today, and direct emissions to the environment. Oh, and a web-based Use Talks is currently being developed. So moving on to project highlights from SCP. This is primarily the work that we're doing under our contract with the University of Michigan. And I'll also go over the training that we've done for staff this last winter. So the goals of this collaboration with the University of Michigan is to better understand children's exposures to known and potential endocrine disrupting compounds, or EDCs, in consumer products. For the first case study, we're looking at bisphenol A, or BPA, which is a known endocrine disruptor. It's a reproductive and developmental toxicant, and it's used as a monomer in the production of polycarbonate plastics. Dietary sources of BPA are the main source environmental exposure to people, but non-dietary sources are maybe also important exposure to young children. And so to focus on the non-dietary sources, we're looking at comparing BPA and other alternatives in toys. Parabens, for our second case study, we're focusing on parabens in personal care products. Parabens are a class of compounds that have known and suspected EDCs, and they're used as preservatives in personal care products. For this work, we're looking at both the aggregate and cumulative exposures of parabens and other EDCs identified in personal care products, but we're also in a third case study looking at comparative exposures of parabens and other potential alternative preservatives that can also be found in these products. I'll note that for this last case study, we haven't finished the modeling yet, but we have identified the alternatives. So for the first case study, BPA and toys, the main goals of this case study are to identify alternatives and explore the comparative exposures. For the alternatives, we looked at drop-in chemical substitutes, but we also looked to see what would happen if we changed the material, like how would the exposures change for the chemicals coming out of the toys. Specific to the modeling, we looked at 8 different toy archetypes, focusing on children ages 6 months to 11 years old. We did take into account play behavior, so we didn't assume that a 6-month-old toddler and 11-year-old would all be playing with the same toys. And lastly, we focused on the emissions to the indoor environment. So I guess the high-level findings for this work. First, migration rate is highly dependent on the material types of the toys. We found that, so for example, one of the toy archetypes, we compared polyethylene terephthalate, or PET, to low-density polyethylene, LDPE, and we found that the diffusion of the chemicals inside the PET was slower than the LDPE, emphasizing that understanding the materials of the toys or products in general are important in estimating exposures or predicting exposures. Second, physical chemical properties will lead to different exposure doses and different dominant exposure pathways. And lastly, the lack of relevant information on the BPA alternatives was a significant data gap. And mainly this was finding information on chemical concentrations and the toxicity criteria in general. And this led to higher uncertainty in the exposure predictions. For the second case study under this contract, parabens and PCPs, the main goals are prioritization and identification of alternatives again. For the aggregate exposure calculation, we're looking at parabens in multiple products that are already in the PCP interface of use talks, and we evaluated 28 different products. We did consider, based off of a research, if parabens were actually present in a particular product to be considered in this calculation. And then for the cumulative exposure, we're focusing on parabens and other ingredients identified as EDCs and body lotions and diaper cream. And then lastly, for the comparative exposure, we identified alternatives to parabens as preservatives in paraben-free PCPs, and again, using baby lotion as a case study. I wanted to highlight that for this project, one of the other overarching goals or tests was to see if we could do a data-based forward approach to this research in finding information on ingredients, functional use, and chemical concentration data. And so specific to the ingredient information, we pulled on the information we have with our subscriptions to Mintel and our contract with Claria. Specific to Claria, we, as part of the contract, we can put in a mini query, and we asked to see if they can pull any products, children's products, or children's personal care products, and their full ingredient list for those that contain parabens and those that say they're paraben free. So we can do an actual comparison. Once we had those ingredient lists, we cross-checked them through our functional use databases. So for these, we utilized US EPA's functional use data set, or the FUSE database, and we also used the European Commission's COS-ING data set. And then lastly, once we had our shorter set of chemicals, we needed to find the chemical concentration data because it's absolutely necessary for running and use talks. And for this, we utilized the Interstate Chemicals Clearinghouse, or IC2, High Priority Chemicals Data System. We queried FAROS, US EPA's Chemical Product Dataset, or CPDAT. And of course, while literature isn't a database in general, we did have significant data gaps, so we still did look into the published literature, but not like at a systematic review type level. Of note, pulling all this data and cleaning up was really, really hard. It was a painstaking task, and it was all done by Brian Chung, our environmental scientist in the data sciences unit. If he didn't do it, it wouldn't have gotten done. So our overarching findings for parabens and products. The aggregate exposure dose is closely related to prevalence of paraben presence in products. We found that methylparaben and propylparaben were identified in ingredient lists for every single one of the 28 products that we ran through use talks. So as such, that their aggregate exposure dose was higher than other parabens such as ethyl and butylparaben. It is important to note that we did assume that the child is using all the products appropriate for their age, and that all those products that they would use would contain parabens, which can lead to an overestimate in exposure. Second, we found that aggregate exposure to parabens decreases as age increases. So we had 8 different age groups. If we bin them into 3 age zones of birth to 6 months, 6 months to 3 years, and 3 to 11 years based off of similar use of products for that age zone. The main reason for this is that as kids get older, they get bigger. So as such, their aggregate exposure decreases. And then lastly, very similar to the BPA and toys case study, we again found that a lack of concentration data for target chemicals in various products was a significant data gap, and again, resulted in high uncertainty in the exposure estimates. Very quickly, I wanted to go over the training that we held for staff this last winter. So we had 2 of the founder developers of Use Talks, Olivier Joliet, who was formerly of the University of Michigan, I guess more recently retired and currently at Denmark Technical University, and Lei Huang, who we brought over from Michigan to DTSC this last December. And we held two 2-hour trainings. And so the first was an introduction to use talks in general, so staff could understand what the model was, and maybe not so much how they can use it, but if they were to see a use talks result, what does it mean and how can we use it? At the end of this training, we queried staff, hey, if you have any proposed case studies that, hey, maybe we can run as a live demo at the second refined training, send them to us. It was a 3-week, there was 3 weeks between the 2 trainings, so it had to be something usable in use talks. And so in the second training, we did do a live demonstration looking at quaternary ammonium compounds and hand sanitizers. So another personal care product, but then we also showed them what chemicals of concern in interior paints would be using the interior paint interface of use talks. And then we thought it would be useful because we did get several proposed case studies to just provide the challenges and why we couldn't run it during the training so that staff would understand that not everything could be run in use talks at that time. That being said, one of the case studies has moved forward to a project at SCP, and this is specific to DTSC's latest nail products laboratory study, where the environmental chemistry laboratory did measure chemicals in retail and professional use nail products. And so that team is utilizing use talks to understand the exposures. Lay developed, so the PCP interface did not have a product specifically looking at nail products. So she developed one to run specifically for this work. And she developed it for both the home user, an adult or a child, and a nail salon worker under many different scenarios within the salon. And all of this work is going to be incorporated into a publication currently in progress for this nail products lab study. So in conclusion, Use Talks provides SCP with a very comprehensive understanding of the relationship between various exposure pathways and scenarios and the receptor's characteristics. Specific to our work, we have confirmed that our personal care product exposure findings are confirmed by the literature using a database forward approach. Specific to children's exposures, it's super complex, and like in what we found in the BPA and toys case study, consideration of non-dietary exposures is absolutely important. Specific to the data gaps, lack of chemical concentration and toxicity criteria are significant and result in higher uncertainty in our exposure predictions. But we do have a way to do high throughput evaluation of multiple chemicals in a product that can help inform chemical prioritization for our program and also for the comparative exposure bits of our AA framework. I wanted to highlight all the staff that have worked on what I mentioned today and the sponsors that support our work. I also wanted to note that we have several external collaborators from both academia and a former colleague who is now currently at USCPA. With all their insights have been very helpful in forming the case studies and what we should look at. With that, thank you for your time, and be happy to take my team and myself we'll take any of your questions. Thank you.
This is Mike speaking. So if anyone has any clarifying questions first, please feel free to raise your name panel, and we'll take clarifying questions first. I think, are Julie and Elaine back on? Yes? Okay. No clarifying questions? Okay, Kelly.
I struggled getting ready for this meeting because I couldn't find publications that describe the use talks model in detail. So I'm going to admit right up front, I'm kind of frustrated. So I was just wondering, it appeared from the limited documentation that I could find online that I was able to download that it's a fugacity kind of model. Is that right? So it tells us where stuff lands, but not what's happening in the middle. Is that right? And can you tell us more about it? I mean, basically, I couldn't find the wastewater pathway anywhere. I couldn't find a lot of other stuff that I was trying to understand. about how the model worked. And I realize you can't run through the whole thing, but if you could tell us a little bit more about the model, I think it would be really helpful for the discussion.
I think Lei, who is online, would be best to provide that information.
Yes, I can answer this question. So, yeah, so I think, so first of all, for the documentation, USOX now it's the USOX version that we are using in SCP is the 3.0 beta version. So it's a beta version. So we haven't had a formal documentation published on the USOX website yet. So that's why you cannot find a formal documentation for it. And but we do have the formal documentation and the manual for the previous version, which is USOX 2. That includes all the components and exposure pathways for the far-field environment, but not the consumer product part. And yeah, and in terms of the new consumer products part that was added in the 3.0 beta version, we have a paper published in 2021 that introduced the main framework and the main models that were used there. Yeah, but we just haven't done the formal documentation. And yeah, if you need, I can send it over to you later. And in terms of the model structure, it is not a fugassity-based model. It's a concentration-based model. But I mean, both these models, they are based on the same mechanism or underlying structure. Yeah, we are compartmental models. We use equilibrium and partitioning between compartments. Yep.
Did that answer for you, Kelly?
As much as we could do in this meeting, I think. So it's an equilibrium partitioning model. So it's not covering anything dynamic, and that's pretty important. I see one of the staffers.
Natalie Pham, SCP staff. Just to clarify that the far field is environmental sources and near field are consumer products. So one of the unique things about the USOX model is that it can incorporate both consumer product concentration data as well as potentially environmental concentrations to determine exposure sources and the multi-compartmental from the different media that Lei kind of touched upon to estimate the potential human intake at the end of it.
To clarify, how would you, so environmental sources being other non-product emission source releases?
Yeah, predictions of far field exposures.
Okay, but not, so predictions of or actual, I guess I'm trying to figure out what's in it and what's not in it. So it's not using environmental monitoring data, for example, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, yeah. So when you're talking about far field exposures, is that from the products, from manufacturing, from other uses? Can you help me understand that just a little bit more?
From what I understand, the data incorporates, well, maybe I should defer this to Lei so that I don't mistakenly answer it erroneously. Lei, for far field exposures, the sources for far field exposures for certain chemicals. Could you clarify for that?
Yeah, for far field exposures, it starts from the chemical emissions from like manufacturing processes. So the model needs an input of your emissions to the different environmental components such as ambient air, soil, water, and it starts from that, and then it models the environmental fate, and then also the exposure to humans and the aquatic ecosystem. I mean, it does not model how much chemical will be emitted from like manufacturing of a certain product.
Okay, Elaine, you were ready to speak?
Yes, thank you, Elaine Cohen-Hubble. So I mean, just to kind of follow up. So the inputs are sources. You have to, and so when you don't know the emissions, you put in a unit emission, right?
Right.
And then based on equilibrium partitioning and whatever other information. So the partitioning based on the different media and where you would expect things to go, you can then estimate what amount of that input into the environment is gonna end up in different media, and then the exposures associated with that media. So then my question is on monitoring information where you have concentrations in particular media. Can you go ahead and put those in? I mean, you probably can as the developer, but not necessarily, that option's not available for just a user.
In terms of inputting the concentrations,
in particular media. So if you wanted to use monitoring data, if you had that data, there's nothing about the model structure that wouldn't allow that. It's just not, you haven't set it up that way for a general user. Is that right?
Part of, but I mean, in fact, if you already have the monitoring data in the environmental media, then you probably don't need to use a model like use talks.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. But if you wanted to do multi-pathway and you wanted to be, and you had that data, but if you somehow wanted to, there's nothing intrinsic about the model that doesn't allow that. It's just you wouldn't, it's kind of once you already know that information, you could just go ahead and do the exposures and kind of be done, right?
Yes, you can somewhat shortcut it, but just from a developer perspective, but we don't have that function for the general users. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Art? Yeah, Art Fong. First of all, thank you very much for the nice use talks presentation. Let me just get a clarification. Right now, SCP is using use talks for screening for potential chemicals of concern and priority products, and not using it as part of an AA, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, we are not using it in AA, but we're also not using use talks for every candidate chemical that we're screening either.
Right, but that's what you're using it for screening and not for the actual alternatives analysis right now, right?
No.
Okay, great. Just answering Kelly's question about me not being able to find stuff on use talks in the literature. So I actually had one of the consultants that I work with look up on PubMed how many articles have been published on use talks, and there were 94. So if you want to get a list of all of the articles that have been published, I can ask my consultant to get that for you. But thank you very much.
Okay, then we're going to go to Helen.
Helen Holder. So I have not used talks 3.0, but I did use an earlier version of it, or try to. And one of the things that was at that time made it not as useful as I had hoped was actually the gap with the alternatives. Basically, I never had enough information on the alternatives to actually do comparative. Even accepting the model at face value, is I actually couldn't really use it in a comparative sense in that way. Is that what you also found? That kind of sounded like that in your case study.
Yeah. So it all comes down to if you have any chemical information. So I didn't go into specifics for the BP and toys for the alternatives, but in short, we looked at 3 different groupings. We had 12 alternatives. Most of them were bisphenol analogs that are known to be regrettable, but we also wanted to evaluate BPA alternatives that have been deemed safer for other materials and seeing if it could work in toys. And then the third category was bio-based alternatives. So we looked at isosorbide. But the reality is that we had a bit more information for the 8 BPA analogs like BPS and BPF, but there's no toxicity criteria for it. And then coming down to really get to the nitty-gritty of how much of that particular analog could be used in whatever of the 8 toy archetypes was nearly impossible. So we did have to make some very clear assumptions in our modeling, which likely leads to overestimates. And we're hope that, by the way, that paper will be the first publication for this case study work.
Just a quick follow on, based on your experience of going through that, do you conclude that there's still potentially value if you could have the new information?
Yes.
You would want to do the comparison.
Yes.
And so it's a different problem. It's not necessarily a model problem. It's a data availability or data gap problem. Okay, thanks.
Suzanne?
Yeah, you kind of already addressed my question with your answer to Helen's question, but I was just curious from a study design perspective, why you were evaluating parabens as a class, but weren't evaluating bisphenols as a class, because the bisphenols have already been called out by a couple of reports as a class of concern generally, not just BPA, but it sounds like that was a data availability issue.
More of a design of the former PM and in discussions with Olivier of what would be interesting.
Okay.
Ironically, when we did start this work, the EU had released their assessment of regulatory needs for bisphenols, and we were like, oh, that's interesting. So we're kind of keeping an eye on to see if our work can align and with basically their findings, because that document in itself has, I think, 234 bisphenol subclasses, right, aside from the classic BPA analogs.
Right.
So yeah, no, we're aware that we could have done something differently.
Fair enough. It's a good start, though. Thank you.
Okay, Molly.
It's more just a question. I know in historical discussions around trying to quantify exposure or compare exposures in alternatives analyses or in this space in general, thinking about looking at it from a chemical concern perspective, is this quantitative versus qualitative? And I'm just wondering, use tox has always been promoted because it really can help discern in a quantitative way subtle differences between chemistries with regard to potential exposure impacts. And I'm just wondering, with all of these nuances, your experience now with this, is there still value in taking a more qualitative approach to this, or did you think that the quantitative nature of the models far surpass how we can think through this in a qualitative way?
I think in general right now with we're just trying to find ways to do comparative exposure assessment within our own framework. We haven't seen we are not at the point with any of our AAs where we've seen a second stage AA that requires a comparative exposure assessment. And so we're just trying to provide some tools right now that may be used, but specific to your question of quantitative versus qualitative, yeah, I will hands down take quantitative data. And hopefully it can get buffered by qualitative information. But I think based off of what we've seen in the AA so far, it's already taking a qualitative approach, even specific to hazard in many cases. So trying to provide additional tools to the toolbox to our REs, even if there's some high uncertainty associated with even finding them or uncertainty associated with the exposure estimates based off of available information that they can find, I think will still be important and helpful.
Okay, looks like that is all the clarifying questions we have.
Both Elaine and Julie have their hand up in the.
Oh, do they? Okay. Go ahead, Julie, because Elaine already spoke once, so we'll let Julie go first.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the overview of use stocks. It's a tool that we have used in our studies. Over the years, it has become a pretty well-established LCA, LCIA tool within the LCA frameworks. It is embedded as an option within the SEMA Pro software that is commercially available. So I think to Art's comment, it is frequently used. To the other comments, yes, there are limits, like every tool and every data set. There are data gaps, but it is pretty robust. And it does provide a lot of information on the level of uncertainty, whether the data is considered final or intermediate is articulated within the data set. So it's very transparent, which we've always found to be very beneficial in the types of studies we're trying to do. There are also, to Kelly's question, there are some foundational papers in the literature, in the peer-reviewed literature, that describe the initial development of the model. So I think you can find those from the manuals that are available on the websites, but you can also ask me and we'll pull them out of our data sets. To the qualitative versus quantitative, we have always found use stocks to be, yes, there's data gaps, and yes, the newer materials aren't there. So it is hard to do comparisons with really novel, creative things. But unlike a lot of the tools, I mean, we use green screen a lot, but then everything lands in benchmark 1 or benchmark 2, and it's hard to differentiate things very, very well. Within use stocks, there is a pretty high degree of quantitative resolution between chemicals. And so it, again, at least for those that you feel confident that the data you're using is valid, it is a very valuable tool. So I just wanted to share those experiences that we've had in using the model. So I am glad to see that DTSC staff are getting trained and working with the experts who have developed it to make it more usable for the goals specifically of SCP. So give you a lot of kudos and praise for that. That's great to see. Thank you.
Okay, Elaine.
Yeah, I guess the one question I did have is have you, or do you, or did you find from the case studies that that the results informed your thinking about what data you would ask for, or whether this type of approach helps you to identify data gaps that are things you could actually then go and address through your authorities?
Oh, that's interesting. So short answer is no. But I think that's a discussion for management if we want. I think Andre always, when he was the project sponsor, was always asking, how can we use this to move forward? So maybe this is something to add to that bike rack.
If that is all on clarifying questions, we're going to move into the open discussion. I will, as Molly did, because I think it was just a good idea, read out the questions that the department had. They are in the panelist book, but not everyone has the panelist book in front of them. They're on screen now. But the questions we want to discuss, and we'll try and do them one at a time again, are what other chemical assessment tools should the department consider in addition to use tox? And thank you, Lynn, for a wonderful presentation and making sure I said that correctly. Next, certain product ingredient information is not publicly available, such as concentrations. It is critical for tools such as use tox. What resources are available to help SCP obtain this information? And finally, to what degree should SCP rely on these computational tools and resources for screening, prioritization, and/or alternative analysis. So we've touched on it a little bit, I think, in the clarifying questions. So hopefully we can have some discussion around that. So we're going to start with question 4 there. How can use tax be applied to address environment, or sorry, that.
There's these 2 questions are on the slides now too.
They're in the slides now too. Okay, so
Last 2 bullets.
let me read these ones as well. These are, I do not believe that these are in the panelist booklet. So these are surprise questions. Go back.
I said it was going to be a quiz.
I don't have the.
Just this,
I think if we
Oh,
can
she's got the
focus
clicker.
on the first 3
Oh.
and
See, we have back pocket questions for you all. So that's where these are.
Okay, so we're going to stick to these 3 questions, and you can just ignore the man behind the screen. So let's talk about question 1. How can use tax, when integrated with other hazard alternatives, assessment tools, or life cycle tools, facilitate the identification and analysis? Is that question 1?
Nope.
No. Okay, see, Molly's got the controller, not me. I just want to be clear. The question we want to go to, keep going back, I think.
I don't think so.
I think question 4 might be question 1.
Nope.
Okay, okay, question number 1. I will read it out loud again.
Take them off the screen.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so it wasn't just Molly and I glitching on our own.
Well, we're just going to read them from the guidance manual.
Yeah, let's just read them from there.
Yeah.
Yep, so as I read, first thing we want to talk about is what other chemical assessment tools should we consider in addition to use tax? If anyone has any comments about that or thoughts on that. Suzanne.
Sure. I think the one omission I see here, and I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone who studies marine and coastal organisms, is that there is no inclusion of marine data in use tax. And there's increasing evidence that exposure in a saltwater setting can actually increase the chances of bioconcentration. You have the issue of, I see nodding, but you have the issue of salting out and chemicals potentially partitioning more to lipid. We've seen this in our own lab with fish eggs, for example, or seeing that organisms living in saltwater react. There's higher toxicity because they might be getting higher exposure due to different approaches to osmoregulation, for example. So all of that, not to, talk about that for hours on end, but how much of a concern is there that you're missing those data and not, potentially omitting part of the picture there when it comes to thinking about integrating toxicity in different environments, different ecosystems, including human health and ecological health?
I can respond to that slightly. Suzanne said a good question. Something that the Use Talks team has thought about. Currently, there is ecotoxicity data substantially for freshwater ecotoxicity. For marine and terrestrial data, that's still a limiting factor based on the hazard concentration values that are out there. So the number of species that do have the toxicity criteria on the freshwater side has been incorporated. And I think as we accumulate more data for both, given the saltwater challenges and issues that you presented, the saltwater as well as the terrestrial animal data will hopefully be incorporated to future iterations. But there is some eco data in there currently.
I may be mistaken about this, but I think the ecotox database used by the EPA might have data on marine organisms.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little hampered because to the extent there were papers, I didn't have access to them ahead of time. So I feel really unprepared. And I'm kind of hoping this conversation around modeling will come back to the panel at some point because I think modeling is really important. So I want to thank Dr. Wong for her presentation and the team's work on this and really honor that. because modeling is a really important part of these kinds of programs. Modeling can help us see things some different ways. And help us answer questions, at least, think through them in a little different way. And I think that's super important. It has been my experience that using multiple models is actually really important because every model has strengths and weaknesses. And we've been trying to figure out how much to use QSARs, other predictive toxicity data. And one of the things I've learned from folks who work on that is that the best way to try to get a good estimate is to look at a whole lot of models and look at all the model predicted results. And because often there'll be a consensus or a set of values that seem more real, or if there aren't, there's probably a good reason. The other issue that I have with these things is how the information is transmitted and conducted. So it's super important to communicate not only what was done, but also what its realm of applicability is. So, and I know that you will do that in papers and so forth and so on. So I'm kind of not worried about that. It's just that when a model gets presented, people often see it as like this black box that's going to do something. And then when you ask a modeler a question, I've been working with modelers for years, and it all sounds like gobbledygook. And then when you dive down into it, you go, oh, this is actually really cool. And here's its strength and here's its weakness. And this is what's included and not included. So just with that as background, that I'm really, really supportive of the department using models and encouraging other models. It is also my extremely long career experience that wastewater and urban runoff are never modeled properly, especially in equilibrium partitioning models. And usually one or both of these pathways are left out. And what I was able to see of the documentation, it did appear that the outdoor urban runoff pathway was being considered, but because of the model's origins, I'm not clear if that runoff was modeled to run through a sewage treatment plant, and then if the model discharge involves some sort of dilution, which is very common in Europe and not very common here in the US. 85% of the US population is served by municipal separate storm drain systems. And in California, I think at least a third of the discharges have no dilution for summer all of the year from sewage treatment plants because of our Mediterranean climate. So basically the water is mostly effluent in whatever receiving water is getting that discharge. And these are really distinct differences. But I find these are just left out all the time in all the models, and so people think they're getting some sort of eco exposure information, and they're not. That's the worst. So the best is always identifying what the gaps are and so forth, and the worst is thinking you've got something and you actually don't, because that's what's led to a lot of errors. And I know you're aware of that. So after the long dialogue, one model that is trying to get at this that's sort of okay is EPA has its EFAST model. I think we've talked about that before, and they're at least trying. It requires different inputs and would do different things, but it might be one of multiple different types of models that you might consider using. So, thank you.
Yeah,
Lynn?
Really quickly. Thank you, Kelly. One of the things, I don't know if you noticed this, but when we did the training for the live demonstration, we did quacks, and those aren't neutral, right? And so one of the reasons why we did it was to highlight to staff that the predictions were highly uncertain because it's an ionized organic compound by definition, right? And so, and having staff understand that, like, yeah, just because you can run it doesn't mean that that particular output is real, right? So thank you for the comment, I think, and for the 3 publications that we're planning for this work with Michigan, like all these things are going to get highlighted.
And we are preparing a tools conversation, but it's not to give you a spoiler alert. Like we're thinking about things, and we will take note of all your comments. Thank you. We're working on it.
Okay, Elaine, I saw you had raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine Cohen-Hubble. So I think there are a lot of models, and it depends what question you're asking and what you're using them for. So the thing about use tax is it goes all the way from, from the emissions to the, and has the far field and the near field, and then it actually has the impact, some of the tox built in, so it doesn't, just stop at dose or uptake or, whatever. It has a lot of the components. Just to be, I haven't used it specifically. I haven't used it in this model in particular in many years. But I even, remember back in the day when they were doing, kind of round robin comparisons and then, sort of pulling in, I feel like cow tox was one of the original pieces that was kind of fundamental of use tax, but I may be remembering wrong. But I guess where I'm going with this is the answer is yes, there are other models, but it's not clear for what, and in terms of the limitations, there's limitations on what kinds of compounds, where does equilibrium, mass balance work and not work, which scenarios, which environmental compartments, which product use kinds of scenarios and things are in there. There's, this has been a work in progress for many, many years, because as one or another of these questions, comes up and somebody wants to use it, they build it out. So, I think the point that I really want to make about any of these kinds of mass balance models in general, and trying to do trying to do fate and transport modeling, which is really essential for exposure modeling, which is really essential for exposure, comparison is of alternatives, is that this idea, and again, this is based on 30 years of being involved with this, or somehow seeing these different activities, is the most effective tools, and use tax is extremely is excellent, were developed and are continuing to be developed because of a particular case, particular data, particular things that people want to do with them. And every time there has been an attempt, and there have been many, many, many attempts, and EPA funded many attempts to build the be-all, do-all model, it has failed. And the reason it has failed, again, is because unless you have something you're using a model for, it's not really possible to consider everything and be the tool for everything. So I guess what I would say in general about it is that there are models and other models, and some do one thing better and some do another thing better. But in general, this one is an excellent one to be using for getting a handle on what on exposures, on fate and transport exposure, and data gaps in terms of, because it can characterize uncertainty and sensitivity, you get an idea of which data to go after with as being the highest priority, and which assumptions are driving your answer one way or another. So thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. I don't see any more cards up. So we're going to jump to the second question. If anyone has thoughts around that certain product ingredient information is not publicly available, yet is critical for tools such as use tax, what resources are available to help SCP obtain this information? Does anyone have any thoughts on that? And we'll start with you, Molly.
Thanks. Molly Jacobs. When I saw this question being posed to us in our background document, for me, the conversation with SB 502 was like, all right, well, when does it apply? When you can ask manufacturers for more information, right? So to me, this is an obvious one, especially in the scoping of problematic, potential priority product scenarios or, alternatives that might be out there that are being considered. You now have this incredible resource and gift of SB 502 to start getting that information when it's not noted anyplace else. So to me, that's the, I'll put that on the table. It's probably obvious to everyone, but to me, with the question of today. So yeah, I'm putting it on the table. There we go.
Okay, Jack.
Jack Leinard, I'm not even sure you have to go that far because, first of all, where are you getting your information from now? Do you have any sources that you've tried?
So specific to the work, we primarily looked at reported data to the IC2 database and whatever was in Pharos. We had specific to the parabens. The reality is we couldn't find specific reported data. And in those cases, we just said, well, parabens tend to be used as a preservative at these concentrations, upper bound regulatory limits, and knowing that it could be more, right? But then with BPA, that was really, we weren't going to be able to find information on that.
But parabens, the reason I mention is because manufacturers of things like parabens would produce publicly available formulary, either through, mostly through trade journals, which is where I look up if I need to get some information on approximate levels, or you could probably ask any microbiologist not working for one of the companies. But I think there are ways to get an approximate level for many types of formulations just by going to the manufacturers of that particular raw material and ask them for a public formulary that they have divulged to a wide number of their customers. So, and then trade journals, household and personal products industry seems to produce formulary over the years, just historical. You can look up approximately what concentrations of various ingredients are used.
I'll
You wanted
note.
to comment on that, Lynn?
Yes, please. Specific to the parabens work, a second half of this work is to try to explore a different approach to this research, because specific to this Michigan work, it is an academic exercise. It is tangential to the rest of the work that we do at SCP. So it's a little bit more academic, and we wanted to see if we can, without digging into the traditional SCP resources, which is why literature was the last bit for us to focus on, just to see if we can utilize faster database type methods. But yes, we're aware. Thank you, Jack.
Okay, Helen.
Helen Holder. So I'll share just a thing that my team used to do, which was that when we really had no idea, we would just bucket it into different orders of magnitude. So we would do it at 1%, 10%, whatever. And just because if it was the same chemical in the same formula or in the formulation, we would just assume a different ratio. And we found that actually to be a fairly useful, it's kind of in a screening mode, because it's like, is it sensitive or is it not? Or is there some threshold at some point? So that would be something, again, if you're doing an academic screening sort of thing, we found that to be fairly useful.
Okay, and then Kelly.
I wanted to follow up maybe with Jack, because and Helen, I hear a lot, go look at, find some example. And that's really great if I'm looking at one person's exposure to a single container that they've got in their hands or that they're using. But it isn't at all useful when I'm trying to figure out how widespread that use is. In other words, what fraction of products have this thing in them at what concentration? Is it 1% of products, 10% of products, 80% of products? For PPDs and tires, it's 99% of products. But for other things, it might only be 1 or 5% of products. And that leads one to a completely different analysis of what the sources of something are, for example, in wastewater or something else, because maybe there are lots of other sources, or maybe this is the only one. So do you have any thoughts for that? That's for me, the key data gap. It's not that it can be used at this concentration and I can find some examples of that. It's like, is it commonly used?
Okay, it looks like Kelly's thinking Jack might respond. I'm not letting him off the hook, but if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to.
This is Jack Weiner. I was just answering a question. How do we find information on concentration? Certainly for some categories, personal care, all the products are on the ingredient label, and Mintel is, you've already mentioned Mintel. That's a great source for basic volumes. For tires and things like that, I have no clue. But certainly for personal care and even to some extent home care, there's a lot of information that can be found from various sources.
I'm asking this because I think when we have these conversations, we're talking at cross purposes to each other. And so I wanted to clarify that I can look at the label of a product and see a list of ingredients, but I don't know what the concentrations are. I know the databases, the commercial private access databases that DTSC has access to will tell me some things and not other things. When I'm going outside of the categories that are covered by those databases, I'm actually really frustrated when I'm trying to figure these kinds of questions out. Yeah.
Okay, so I see staff has gotten the slides back up to date. Thank you. And I also want to apologize to Molly. I should have just I'm old enough, I should have worked off of just my printed copies and not gotten confused by looking at the screen. So my apologies to Molly. And we will go to question number 3.
Can we, can we have Michael? I get confused, 2 Michaels.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Michael Ernst, not Ashley Wong, but so I supervise our market research unit, and to answer your question, Kelly, we have access to certain sales data, like from Nielsen, and or SB 502 also allows us to request sales data. So that could help answer those types of questions as far as prevalence of, a product with a certain chemical.
Thank you. So question 3, if we could, if anyone has comments on, to what degree should SCP rely on these computational tools and resources for screening, prioritization, and or AAs? Art.
Art Fong, actually, that's what, when I was asking for, during the clarifying question about your current use tax, if that's used for screening purposes, or if you're actually using that for AAs. And our personal experience, for the electronics industry, and Helen is part of that, or was part of that industry, it's that given the fact that, use tax, at least, I don't know about the most current version that's not publicly available, but previous versions just do not have product-specific use information that would allow you to do a really defensible alternatives analysis. So they're great for, screening, but in terms of especially products that are part of the electronics industry, like, your smart watches, or your smartphones and that kind of stuff. When it comes to, duration of use, how the product is used, unfortunately, use tax, because it's so generic, the exposure modules are so generic that it doesn't allow us to do the kind of alternative assessment that would say, oh yeah, this chemical is or alternative is better when it's using this material that goes into one of our products. So again, that's why I asked the question about screening versus specifically doing it, using it for AAs.
Okay, Helen.
Helen Holder. Yeah, so I would just kind of circle to the idea of the data gap for new alternatives. So I would not necessarily suggest using really any tool that's comparative if you don't have data for the nuclear alternatives. I know that you know that, but I'm just kind of for the record or whatever. Let's like kind of get that out there. That and that's why we didn't actually use the tool that much, because all we were focusing on was evaluating alternatives. But that's why I also asked the clarifying question: if you had the data, given your experience using that tool, how were you finding it to be? Again, I haven't used the new one, so I don't kind of know where it's landing. But I think that's the fundamental problem for using it for alternatives assessment, is that I just don't think it's going to have sufficient information for the new, especially something that's very different, very new. It's the same data gap that we always have, but just like to Kelly's point, you might get an answer that's very wildly wrong because of not having kind of the right data. So that would just be the guidance. I don't have a strong guidance on the use of it for screening, but I'd say that for alternatives assessment, we found it not to be maybe the right tool.
Suzanne.
Suzanne Brander. I'm kind of echoing what others have already said. And I think this also relates back to the earlier discussion, kind of the diversity of resources we were talking about that you would want to consult if you were doing an alternatives assessment, from the literature to reports from agencies regulating chemicals to even going into patents, for example, and information available from, say, the EU. I think similarly, screening prioritization, you need to consult a variety of tools. I mean, I think UseTalks is great, and what you've done with it is fantastic, but it has its limits, and it's kind of one tool of many in the toolbox. Limited, for example, what you mentioned about bisphenols and alternatives assessment. You couldn't really use it for alternatives assessment in that case, for example, which you totally acknowledged. I think consulting and compiling information from other databases like EcoTalks to get broader representation from ecological studies. And then, another example of kind of a new and up and coming database, once you get into doing assessments for microplastics, is Tomex. So there are lots of different sources out there. I think UseTalks is a really valuable tool, but it's one of, kind of a myriad of different approaches.
Thank you. Anne?
Thanks, Anne Blake. At the risk of being very much out of my expertise area, and I'm just going to echo and reiterate, I think, some of the key things that have come up. Helen's point, very clearly, this is not good enough for alternatives assessment, but it's really strong for screening. And particularly because of the absence of data, I think you can use it to highlight the kinds of data that you want to request. So, which is something we have not had previously, so.
Alex, do we have someone online?
Yes, both Elaine and Julie have their hands raised.
Okay, Elaine.
Yeah, so I think in general, for me, no matter what you do, your alternative analysis, is for risk assessment, and I see the same thing in alternative analysis. The result is always it's only gonna be, as good as your weakest link. So, where you don't have data, you don't have, that's your weak link. Or where you don't, or where you've missed a process, where the structure of your analysis is not, you didn't include a pathway, you didn't include a process, then that's your weakest link. And whatever you learn, no matter how good and how detailed everything else is, that undermines your result. So to me, again, the overuse of models without knowing what question you're asking and being able to use it with the level of expertise where you can evaluate the results and understand the uncertainties and know what you're putting in, the whole garbage in, garbage out, know what you're putting in, understand what you're getting out. There is a lot of power to being able to screen and prioritize because, and even begin alternatives analyses, because what you're doing is it's a structure, it's a computational structure for being able to pull together a lot of information and have it, and effectively use it and synthesize it. But having said that, you need to be pretty strategic in how you're using it, and what about it, what need is this model or any other model going to fulfill? And in the end of the day, all these things are I mean, doing order of magnitude analyses, you learn so much, right? And I get a little confused in both directions. I get really uncomfortable when people want, again, a model that they can just put everything in, plug and play, and be done. That's not what models are good for. And I get really uncomfortable when people are in their knowledge space, feel good about particular assumptions and particular uncertainties, but then when it's something else going, requiring an nth level of resolution that doesn't actually advance your understanding or improve your decision. So I would just say that those are all things that really need to be kept in mind with any computational tool.
Thank you, Elaine. Julie.
Hi. So I just want to first echo a few things that others have said. I think to Susan's point, this is one tool in the toolbox. It's been pretty well vetted. It's developed by United Nations, broad range of experts to become a consensus model that is good for human health toxicity evaluation within a life cycle assessment framework. That's what it's designed to do. And I think used in that context, it does provide a lot of transparency on its information, and it also provides a nice degree of resolution between different substances and different situations, so that it could be good for screening and possibly for prioritization. It's not enough, as many people have said, for doing a full alternatives analysis. You need to look at the ecotox, you need to look at economics, you need to look at functions. So there, maybe even energy, climate change trade-offs. So it's not going to be enough for that, but it certainly fills a particular data point. But the main point I wanted to get to, and Anne alluded to it, and she was very brief, and that is that an earlier question from Kelly Grant was related to SB 502, is promoting more research in green chemistry and green engineering. And so the fact that there are data gaps in USTOX as well as other sources, but if you're using USTOX and you identify data gaps and the inability to assess alternatives because of those data gaps, this is a field that there are definitely people out there in the academic community that can do fate and transport evaluation of various chemicals and various products. I'm not one of them, but I know people who of people, and read the literature of people in chemical engineering and civil engineering, who that is, what they are interested in doing, and have actually applied USTOX to study their in the lab up and coming novel approaches to certain types of either materials recycling or materials processing or process development, alternative process chemical options and things. So there is a body of scholars out there that might be motivated to help with filling some of those data gaps if you have specific interests or even clusters or groups of things that you're trying to fill to answer specific questions. So that was the main addition that I wanted to go back to Kelly Grant's earlier question this morning, that this is a place where linking your work and your identified gaps to the need for funded green chemistry and green engineering projects might be a good fit.
Thank you, Julie. Kelly.
I want to follow up on both of the prior comments, and I'm very glad. Julie mentioned research questions. A long time ago, this committee had some discussion with staff around the value of the department establishing or publicizing data needs and research priorities. And I just wanted to reflect on that again, because what Julie's talking about, it is really true that when a state agency establishes a need for something, that helps people get funding to do that work, especially if the agency can articulate how it might affect public policy, that creates interest among the academic community and others in actually doing that work and generating the science to support you. It needs to be written or in some way accessible for folks to use in grant applications. So just wanted to pull that back from many years ago, Green Room and Science Panel meeting, and remind the department that it has the ability to attract pro bono work from others outside of DTSC, outside of California, potentially, through very clearly articulating information needs. So, and that could be modeling, that could be all kinds of different stuff. And then the second comment I wanted to make, following up on Elaine, like I said, I'm really excited about the use of modeling as part of this program and supporting, thinking through a lot of the questions that we have. One caution that I have is around many models used in these contexts are equilibrium partition models. That's why I thought it was a fugacity model, but those kinds of models. There's some situations where those models don't work very well. And two of them that are near and dear to me are wastewater discharges and stormwater runoff. And for wastewater discharges, it's at least easier to, there's at least a, not great, but is a model out there, and there are folks who have thought about that. Stormwater is much more difficult. As far as I know, there's a few published papers on trying to model pesticide use from the product through to stormwater runoff, say in urban areas, not just agricultural, but urban areas. The brake pad folks did some modeling in that regard, but very little else out there. And the challenge with that is it's really novel science. It's also dynamic. So it's not something, it's not the equilibrium, but the exposure times are great enough to cause harm to aquatic organisms. That's the salmonids that are dying from 6-ppd quinone are a good example of that, but there's many others. And so it's a difficult one to deal with, and it winds up being frequently overlooked. What we're finding in our work on this at the San Francisco Estuary Institute is that stormwater is probably the dominant pathway of many emerging contaminants into San Francisco Bay. So more important than wastewater, which is where we all thought it went. So that bisphenols is a good example. We're finding a lot of bisphenols in urban runoff. So there's a pathway there, and what the sources are and the rest of it, we have to figure that out. So just kind of throwing those out there as cautions when we think about it, because the modeling tools that we have are really bad at stormwater, yet it could wind up being really important for ecosystems, for people's food. And both stormwater and particularly wastewater are future water supplies for California. So we're thinking about them and drinking them in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Molly.
I think my comment is more of a question, but I'm also going to try to meddle my way through trying to answer it, which is Julie mentioned, and several people have mentioned, this is just one tool in the toolbox. We can't expect all tools to do everything. This tool is really good at thinking about toxicity and exposure concerns. And then because my work over the last year has focused a lot on environmental justice, I'm just wondering, to what extent do these tools help us discern the who? Like the who, who's going to be mostly impacted? Do we have And I think this tool, the answer is no. It's a uniform of everyone. And I think it's how you ask the question of the tool. For example, in your case examples, the near field experience are either workers or users of a consumer products. It doesn't necessarily discern either or. But I'm wanting us maybe collectively to think, because all of us are struggling to figure out what tools are applicable to help us think through and screen environmental justice concerns. And I think it's the layer of the questioning that we ask on it. I don't think the tool can do it in and of itself, especially because there's no geographic relevance to this, right? We think most environmental justice tools have a geographic component to it. It's where they live is why they're getting, disproportionately impacted. But because this is so exposure driven, what comes to mind to me is like, can it reveal exposure disparities, right? And I think the answer is no, and that we shouldn't ask all tools to do everything. But I would like to either weed in or weed out the relevance of this tool to support environmental justice questions. And maybe other panelists have ideas on this.
Not seeing any time cards going. Did Julie or Elaine raise their flags? Like sometimes I can see it and sometimes I can't.
We are actually at time for our break.
Well,
but we can, yes, if anyone has something, we'll give another couple minutes.
Okay, Kelly.
I just want to quickly react. There are some categories of products that are specifically marketed to specific groups of people. And the hair straightening one and some of the health effects associated with that are just appalling. So for me, that's just the most compelling example of that. Yeah.
Nobody else? Then I'm going to hand it back to Alex.
All right, we have about a 10-minute break, and if anyone wants to join us outside of the room, we have refreshments and drinks. So let's return. It's now 3:15, so 3:25, we will start up again. All right, we're going to get started with our next presentation. Welcome back, everyone. Our final presentation is going to be final presentation is going to be with Nicole Makatrao and Armin Etemad, and it's evaluating multiple candidate chemicals in a single product. So I'm going to pass it over to you all.
Hello, panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. I will be talking about evaluating multiple candidate chemicals in a single product. And in particular, we're going to be talking about regulating multiple candidate chemicals in a single product simultaneously. So I just wanted to give you that up front. So there's a lot of different words that are being used, but that's specifically what we're referring to. And I'll get started. First, we wanted to start with some very baseline information that most consumer products are comprised of a variety of chemicals, all serving a variety of functions. And further, one function may be served by multiple chemicals across a product category. In addition, more than one of these chemicals may pose human or environmental health concerns, and this can lead to cumulative adverse impacts with the majority of these chemicals interacting with one another. Because of this, we often come across multiple candidate chemicals in a product and need to decide whether we can regulate the chemicals at the same time and what implications that has down the line. Now I want to switch over to how SEP currently approaches this situation. At present, SEP looks at a variety of products, regulating the product chemical combinations where we can have the greatest impact. This often results in SEP regulating one chemical per product at a time. Although we do have examples where we have regulated multiple chemicals in a product like TDCPP and TCEP in children's sleeping products, and where we've regulated a class of chemicals such as PFASs in various products and nonylphenyl ethoxylate in laundry detergents. Our chemical and product evaluation team, which I will refer to as CPET from here on out, process time from topic selection, as you can see on the diagram there, to profile writing can vary in time, where more simple or less complex chemicals and products can take anywhere from 6 months, like 6 ppd, where more complex chemicals and products can even take multiple years, as is the case with 1,4-dioxane. This is also the case for the number of staff working on this part of our process, that it is dependent on the complexity of the product and the chemical. For example, a less complex product chemical profile can be written by about 2 or 3 staff, while a more complex product chemical profile may need 5 or 6 staff. Now that I've given you a little bit of backstory on how the CPET side works, this process is the part that takes place before rulemaking. I will expand on why the majority of our priority products are 1 chemical, 1 product combinations. And I'm going to be referring to this as the single product or single chemical approach. So why the single chemical approach? First off, one of the ways that we start our screening is by looking at the chemical itself. So we'll look at the chemical and all of its associated products and see which ones have the potential to cause harm to humans and the environment. This strategy makes sense because it allows us to gain a lot of information and knowledge on that particular chemical, and potentially may allow us to move faster through the CPET process if future priority products also contain that chemical. This can see an example of this is PFAS, which we can typically move faster through the CPET process because of the internal expertise in the documents that we've already created for past priority products. The other major reason that this typically happens is that we often have information gaps on chemicals, as we've discussed in some of our other presentations. This often shows up, well, the other option we have for starting our screening process is by looking at the products themselves and looking at all of the chemicals of concern within a product. Typically, we'll find one chemical that is a strong case chemical, has a lot of information, pretty easy for us to list and move forward through the CPET process. However, some of the other chemicals that also come up in our screening may have less information and data gaps. And instead of waiting the time needed to gain that information or to wait for the research that is needed to progress that chemical to be as strong as the well-documented chemical, we instead move to list the well-documented chemical on its own. There have been some things to consider with this approach. On our end, there are a lot of resources and time spent that go into multiple rulemakings for similar priority products, which is where the chemical is different, but the product is the same. Also, the multiple rulemakings require continued engagement from the industry. In addition, similar priority products require manufacturers to submit multiple alternatives analysis and potentially undergo repeated reformulation steps. And it can be challenging to communicate the requirements for alternatives analysis and regulatory responses over different chemicals and timelines for the same product. We wanted to highlight 2 examples of decisions where SCP decided to move forward with listing each product chemical combination by itself. First, we want to talk about tires containing 6 ppd and zinc. In the beginning, in this example in particular, SCP was working on tires containing zinc before switching over to tires containing 6 ppd due to the urgency of the new information that was being gathered for 6 ppd about tires and the coho salmon. We considered listing them at the same time, however, decided not to because the 2 chemicals had different functional uses, and due to the urgency of addressing 6 ppd, we chose to move forward with just listing tires containing 6 ppd. However, we wanted to set up the rulemakings to be close together so that if the regulated entity decided to undertake both alternatives analysis at the same time, that they could do so. Tire reformulations take a long time, and listing the having the rulemakings be closer together rather than farther apart could benefit the regulated entities. Tires containing 6 ppd was listed as a priority product in October 2023, and tires containing zinc is slated to begin the rulemaking process in July of this year. Our other example demonstrates a more typical reason why this happens, and that would be with nail products containing toluene and triphenyl phosphate, TPHP. We conducted a large screening on nail products, and toluene came up. It was a very clear, easy case chemical, and we could move forward through the CPET process quite easily. And although we knew of TPHP, it came up in the screening at that time as well. It lacked information, and we have to delay both nail products containing toluene and TPHP in order to, if we wanted to list them together. Lack of information is often a reason we choose to move forward with a priority product, because we are unsure if we would be able to build the case for the other chemical and the time that it would take to get there. Nail products containing toluene was proposed as a priority product in February of 2019, and nail products containing TPHP is currently in the profile writing phase. With our now larger SCP team, new tools such as use talks, and improving data available for chemicals, we have the opportunity to regulate multiple candidate chemicals simultaneously in a product at a higher frequency under the right circumstances. I will now pass it over to my colleague Armin, who's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Nicole. So the alternative that I'm going to be discussing today is going to be referred to as the multiple chemical approach. And this would entail a situation where multiple chemicals in the same product type are evaluated for potential exposure and subsequent harm, and also eventually the same rulemaking package as well. It's important to note that even with really valuable tools like use talks, which we discussed earlier, that may help us identify a group of chemicals in a product, that we could still have data gaps on ingredient and concentration information that are needed to justify significant and widespread adverse impacts. Additionally, the guiding principles of our preliminary screening research, such as all the multiple decision points needed to prioritize certain chemicals, also remain the same as well with this approach too. Some of the benefits of listing multiple candidate chemicals in one priority product rulemaking include, first and foremost, that this would allow SCP to develop intensive expertise in a smaller group of products at a given amount of time, and also develop better relationships and more effectively engage with responsible entities throughout the course of this effort. Second, manufacturers of these products could have the feasibility to approach the alternatives analysis phase with much more flexibility. They could conduct one alternative analysis for multiple chemicals or multiple alternative analysis reports to address each of the priority products. This in turn would prevent manufacturers from having to continuously reformulate their products and revisit them on different timelines. And most important, this would serve as an efficient approach to a holistically safer product. That is, considering that exposure to multiple chemicals of concern may also have cumulative adverse impacts. From the perspective of our program, a challenge that certainly will come up is resource constraints, especially as we enter the alternative analysis phase of our regulatory process. Staff could be tied up in multiple AA efforts or one gigantic AA effort all along different and competing timelines. It also has the potential to be much more challenging when chemicals are structurally or functionally unrelated, which isn't the case with large single class approaches that we've done in the past with PFASs or NPEs. Also, it could limit the range of new products that we're able to evaluate at years at a time, given the lengthy amount of CPET and rulemaking tasks that are required for tasks such as prioritization, research, responding to comments, and document writing, just to name a few, for each of the various product chemical combinations that will pop up. And lastly, this approach could slow down our progress on regulating priority products in general, especially in a situation where there are multiple product chemical combinations and we have to make sure that we're synchronizing all of these to make sure that they all fall under the same effective date of regulations. We've also identified some potential challenges pertinent to the industry perspective as well. Manufacturers may not have the ability to address multiple chemicals within their product at one time, since some manufacturers are set up better for this than others. Also, the capacity or desire to do this may also be different based on the product type as well. Those producing formulated products, for example, may have much different outlooks on this than those that are producing articles or multi-component devices or products. Reviewing our work on a product like a tire, for example, presented earlier, shows that this could take several years for manufacturers to accomplish. We also need to account for the situation of many different decision points in the AA process, especially when AAs have different results or responsible entities have dramatically different approaches to the AA process as well that are not in alignment with one another. This could lead to much more additional complexities as we approach the regulatory response phase of our process. So I'm going to highlight a theoretical example using a hypothetical product screening effort for generic shampoo. So let's assume that SEP has performed preliminary screening on a single product called generic shampoo, and the results of our screening show that there are several chemicals of concern that might be good candidates for priority product listings. So after sharing our findings with the public in a background document, hosting a public workshop, and also having a comment period, there's a clear and compelling case for SEP to pursue chemical A in generic shampoo as a priority product. However, there's a secondary chemical, chemical B, where further research and engagement with responsible entities is needed before reaching a prioritization decision. And actually, initially, SEP determines that chemical C is not a good candidate to be prioritized as a priority product. Thus, SEP only initially announces to list chemical B in generic shampoo as a priority product, adds it to the SEP timeline to share that with the public, and also begins drafting a product chemical profile. So nothing out of the ordinary quite yet, but in this hypothetical scenario, the team is beginning to draft a product chemical profile for chemical A in generic shampoo, but also initiates a data call on generic shampoo manufacturers to get more information on the presence and concentration of other related chemicals in the product. So let's assume that in this scenario, manufacturers provided SEP with really key information on chemical B, and that also at the same time, there's breakthrough research that shows that chemical C would also be a good candidate to include, and thus SEP decides to include chemicals B and C in this priority product listing as well. So this needs to be addressed before just proceeding forward with chemical A in generic shampoo, which could have significant delays on our project timeline, at least a year or more, depending on the nature of the additions and the edits. At minimum, we'd need to develop a new priority product profile, product chemical profile to include the new chemicals. And we'd also have to synchronize rulemaking to have a single effective date of regulations for all of these identified priority products. Although we focus more on the CPET side of our program for this example, there's a tremendous impacts for both rulemaking and AA as well, as mentioned previously, with so many different scenarios and so many complexities to account for as we move along through the SEP process. We like to end with this theoretical example to give you all space to ponder the implications of when multiple candidate chemicals in the same product become a factor during our day-to-day work, as well as considering the complexity of interactions between chemicals, which gives us a lot more to think about as we move along through our process. We really look forward to the discussion and the insight of the panel and how we might be able to approach this in the various scenarios. And with that, we'd like to open the floor if there are any clarifying questions. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Armin, and thank you, Nicole. Great formative presentations for us to consider. And maybe in just considering our time here, I may want to integrate the clarifying questions in our discussion together. We have some panelists that need to leave in exactly an hour. So, please, panelists, if you have some questions for Nicole and Armin, maybe integrate them into your comments, and they'll be posed to respond to them. But we have 4 questions that were posed to us. I don't know if one of you have the clicker, but if you can advance it one slide, perfect. So those questions are, Armin outlined some of the considerations for why SCP might want to consider listing multiple chemicals of concern, but do we all have additional considerations to put on the table? Second, are there criteria that SCP should use to determine when to list multiple chemicals of concern in a priority product? Third, is there a desire and a capacity of manufacturers to evaluate multiple chemicals at once? Are some industries better positioned to do this than others to handle multiple chemicals, for example, in analysis of alternatives analysis? And lastly, how can we leverage computational tools to enhance the evaluation of multiple chemicals in a given product? So these are really important questions to ask. I think we're going to get some very insightful discussion around this. And who would like us to start? And again, just putting reminder for everyone to just state your name before you ask your question or your comment, and we'll get this started. Let's do this in order, just because each of these I think deserve the attention. And I'll move us forward once I feel like there's a pause in the discussion around a given question. So Mike, please.
And I'm going to start with a clarifying question. In the presentation, you used the word "and" when you talked about the multiple chemicals. So, 6-PPD and zinc in tires, for example. Do you truly mean the word "and," or do you mean "and or"? Because what I don't want to happen is someone say, well, I have 6-PPD, but I don't have zinc, so I'm not worried about what you're doing. So I just wanted to clarify what the intention was with that statement.
If we listed them together, it would be "and or."
Cool, thank you. So, and then the next part of my comment there is with question 1, the considerations for that. Thank you, Meredith. So the consideration with so what I'd be concerned with it is that when you look at the multiple chemicals and you're looking at the function you think they're providing in a product, or they're listed to provide in a product, that's sometimes not the only function. And you might be taking away from a benefit it has. So an example I'll give that's not like a secret or anything, but chelants are often in products, and they provide the function of being chelating agents. They also act as corrosion inhibitors. So you're putting something in a metal can, it helps keep the weld from corroding. And those are known functions that they provide. Another activity that they provide is they often enhance preservatives. So you might be using a class of isothiazolinones, and you can back your way all the way down to the butyl version, which is much less toxic than the methyl version if you've got that chelant in there. So I want it to have that consideration. It needs to be considered in the alternatives analysis that if you remove that one of the multiple products, that here are the consequences of it. You're gonna get yet a third product or a third chemical in there that you're gonna have to add because you took the one out. So I think that needs to be something you think about as you look at the AAs that are provided.
Great. Next up is Helen.
I just want to add a little bit, Mike, to what you were just saying, is that I think another consideration that's more pronounced when you start looking at more than one part of a formulation is CBI, because of exactly that subtlety. So I know we have dealt with a lot of CBI issues of like a single ingredient with has a single function, and like that tells you something. But when you start looking at multiple components, now you start really getting into that trade secret of how that magic happens in their design. So I just think that the CBI situation does get a little bit more complicated, and there may be a little bit more pushback if you start really taking apart a full formulation. So that's just, you asked what's another consideration. I think that will be one, is that the resistance to providing information may be a little bit more, maybe a little higher when you start looking at, okay, what exactly, how much, 12.7% of this for the, it really starts to open it up, especially if you have competing products from different people who have to make that public.
Jack, please.
One clarifying question along the lines of what Mike said. So if I take the shampoo example, ingredient A has been listed, and then you are considering doing a separate one for A, B, maybe C. Would there still be a process if you only had A in your product that you'd have to follow separately and independently of A, B, and C? In other words, are you increasing a lot of your resource required to evaluate it?
Yes, for every product chemical combination, we would need to go through the research process, the writing, the documentation. When we get to rulemaking, we'd have to respond to comments for each individual one. It could end up being a really big rulemaking package. And as well in the alternatives analysis phase, the responsible entities could be different for each one as well. So
you could conceivably have a rulemaking for people with just A, and then separately one with A and B.
It could be, but they're all along the same timeline.
Oh, so you would delay A quite a bit, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay, that's because if we only had one, it could go a little bit faster, I imagine. To Mike's point of view, again, it's going to be really important that you know the functionality of each ingredient. If they tend to interact with other ingredients in the formulation, that's one thing. If they tend to provide a benefit on their own without the need for other ingredients, then that's a separate discussion. So I think what you've done with the shampoo is really good to sort of highlight some of the issues. But my question is, say, tire manufacturers, you've already proposed 2. Have you talked to the tire manufacturers about the pros and cons? And what did they say? Besides, they don't like it, but.
Yeah, I mean, Andre, do you want to respond to that?
I do. Yeah, Andre Algazi. So actually, we have heard that in the case of tires, it wouldn't be especially helpful to consider 6-PPD and zinc together, that the functions are different enough, and that, it's just not one of the scenarios that you're kind of referring to. So I think it really is case by case.
Okay, and that's what I was getting at. If they are totally separate, then it can be done a little bit easier either way, one at a time or both. But if they happen to depend on each other, or they're interacting with other ingredients together and simultaneously, concurrently, then you've just really complicated matters quite a bit. And I think you need to be aware of that. But what I would do is try to talk to some of the manufacturers with, you can even use this basic shampoo model and just say, what are the pros and cons? And instead of asking us, ask some of the people who actually make the products. If you were to do 2 priority chemicals, how would you do it? What would be the benefits to you? And what would be the benefits, obviously, to your team?
I'm sensing that there's a follow-up here.
Yes, Michael Ernst with SCP again. Another concern that was raised is related to question 3. It's a capacity issue. Prior to joining DTSC, I was a former consultant, and a lot of our REs, they employ consultants to do their AAs, and it's a relatively small community that do that. And they expressed, we have to do 2 AAs, the equivalent of 2 AAs now at the same time. And that was a real concern that in our meeting, the consultant for the tire industry was there. And so the issue for capacity especially was at least a concern for them.
Thank you. Suzanne.
It sounds like from a comment earlier that maybe 6-PPD and zinc aren't necessarily you're not going to necessarily move forward with that combination, but kind of using that as an example and thinking about discussions earlier about potentially regulating or approaching chemicals as a class rather than individual chemicals. And I think you're already doing an alternatives assessment of all PPDs, not just 6-PPD. If you get into a situation where you have a chemical that's one representative of a larger class, and all of the chemicals in that class are being considered for regulation, how would that work when you're assessing a combination? Would it be PPDs and zinc, or would you do a paired evaluation of a different PPD with zinc and do multiple combinations? I was just wondering about the feasibility of that and how that would work, both from a regulatory perspective and analysis perspective, and also from the perspective of the manufacturers. Sorry, that was kind of a question. But
Sorry about that. Simona, do you want to take that?
Yeah, can I just quick clarification? So our current priority product listing for tires is with 6-PPD only. We have proposed to add PPD derivatives to our candidate chemicals list, but currently they are not candidate chemicals, so they're not part of this rulemaking. I think it really depends on what is on our candidate chemicals list. So for instance, for PFASs, we had the whole class on our candidate chemicals list, so it was actually one candidate chemical. Right. So for us, from a regulatory perspective, we listed carpets and rugs with PFASs, but that was one product with one candidate chemical. So it was the same as, tires with 6-PPD from the regulatory perspective. Now, whether manufacturers have more than one PFAS in their product, we don't know. Like some of them may have a mixture. Sometimes it might just be one, right? It might depend. But I think what we are, really trying to get a better handle on is how we would address multiple candidate chemicals. And there may be instances where we find a product where there are multiple candidate chemicals that we think meet our prioritization criteria for potential for exposures and potential for significant or widespread adverse impacts. And then it does make sense to move forward with all of them. And we do want to figure out how to make that workable also from an alternatives analysis perspective, from a regulatory response perspective. If a priority product contains more than one candidate chemical, does it make sense to put those together in the same alternatives analysis or have separate alternatives analysis for them? Yeah, so that's kind of what we are really trying to wrap our heads around and how to make this workable when we have multiple candidate chemicals, keeping in mind that the candidate chemical may be a class of chemicals. Okay, hope that helps.
Kelly, please. Okay. Well, before I comment, I just want to commend the management here in offering the opportunities for a variety of staff to give the presentations and participate in the conversation. Not only am I learning a lot and seeing excellent presentations from a whole bunch of people that I didn't see a year ago or whatever, but I think it's actually really important to have this level of engagement, and our job is to support the whole staff team. So I'm grateful to you for doing that, and I'm also wanting to honor that that's pretty hard. So thank you. When I think about this question, my first reaction was, what are we trying to trigger with the listing? So one of the things that's worried me is that people are trying to drop in a substitute for the chemical that's listed, which might not be the best alternative. So an example of that is what's happening with tires and the PPDs. There's a lot of concern about other PPDs and less data on them and so forth. And the easy thing to do is, potentially the easy thing to do is to get rid of 6-PPD and put in 7-PPD. Now, is that really better? Well, we might argue about that. But that's what an individual chemical listing can sometimes trigger, is really that thought that we should just get rid of the one thing and drop in another. And for some products, that may end up being the best or only way. For zinc in tires, that's got a completely different function. So PPD is an anti-ozonant, staff know this, and zinc's a cross-linking agent or cross-linking stimulator for the rubber. So those are really different functions, and reformulating one doesn't necessarily
effect of formulating another, although it had crossed my radar last week, that if your rubber in your tire is a little more saturated in terms of the carbon-carbon bonds, then it's less likely to react with ozone. And therefore, maybe you don't need PPD or such a strong anti-ozonant. And now whether that affects zinc content, I don't know, but just kind of these things can even be things you don't imagine. But for some products, you're probably wanting people to think more broadly. And the best solution for the manufacturer, as well as the best solution for the state, might be a full product reformulation. And that's what so back to brake pads, sorry about this. But that's what we saw for brake pads, is that the manufacturers in getting rid of copper really had to rethink their entire formulations. And in that case, they were kind of happy to have all the other chemicals thrown into the law and so forth, because then they would just do it all at once and hopefully have done it in such a way that they wouldn't have to do it again, because they'd already been around for getting rid of asbestos and getting rid of lead, which they put in when they stopped using asbestos, or at least some of them did. So they under market forces. So if the goal is to get the product reformulated, and that's probably the right path forward for the state, that seems to me to be the time when you want to think about multiple things at once. So that's a narrower set of things. You know, at that point, telling people don't use this thing and don't look for a drop-in because you're going to have to do these other things anyway. So why don't you really look at reformulating the product? Whereas if it's really a unique thing and maybe there is an individual substitute, or it's just it's not going to require the same thinking anyway, then you'd go the other way. Now, the challenge with that is I don't have any clue how you're going to do an alternatives assessment for a complete reformulation. So far we've been avoiding that, but that's an issue. The other thought I have is that the repeated interest in the same product is a problem managerially, politically, otherwise. It's hard. The reason, part of why that's occurring, is there's some classes of products that are very high exposure, where there hasn't been a history of involving toxicology and some of these environmental considerations in the manufacturer, often because people weren't aware of it. You know, when I started working with brake pad manufacturers, they didn't have a clue that people were breathing their product. You know, now they know that. It's a really different world. So people are recognizing that and the potential liability for that. And that is a huge change for the industry. I think we have other product categories, not to name names, that are similarly like that. Like there really needs to be a big shift. In which case, I guess my question or thought, or just throwing that out there, is that how do we trigger as a state a journey to safer products in that instance? Because we can pick out one chemical and another chemical, but there can still be other chemicals out there. And we don't want to just keep making everyone go through this exercise over and over again. Is there another way? And this way might require legislation or something else, but that might be what we need to think about. And the only other thought I have is that it could be possible to I don't know if you're allowed to do this, but to do a rulemaking and have staggered effective dates for the listings. So you could go through it all at once so everyone knows it's coming, and then they could choose how they want to proceed. You're nodding, so you've thought about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. I know your comment from you raises I think tires are also just such a great example of the multiple chemicals in here that are problematic, right? And we focused on zinc and 6-PPD, but butadiene, styrene, rubber, right? Like and I know when we helped convene a forum around 6-PPD, we had to remind ourselves to keep laser focused just on 6-PPD, even though the labor industry wanted us to open up the door. If you're going to open up, so this notion of, one chemical at a time, or are we really moving towards safer products? What does the product lens look on this? And I think I'm happy that the program is taking on this question of how do we really take on the product, right? Not just the chemical, but the product. Art, you put your thing down and now it's up again. So I'm going to you.
Art Fong. Actually, this is kind of a follow-up on what Kelly is saying. In terms of the question, what are the considerations for listing multiple chemicals of concern? I might ask the question, actually, what Armin was the term that you were using. What are the considerations for getting to a holistically safer product. And so even if you list multiple chemicals of concern, you're still looking at the product at an ingredient level type thinking. And in order to get this holistic, safer products, you also need to look at it from a formulation or materials level kind of thinking. So, I mentioned a little bit earlier about some of the work that the electronics industry is doing on safer cleaners and degreasers. So I'll use a specific example of a cleaner. So for this particular cleaner, let's say there are 2 chemicals of concern. They're really well known, chemicals of concern, and the formulator or the supplier was able to replace those with 2 other ingredients and that make the this particular cleaner working just as well, and there was no additional cost. But what happened is that by taking out the 2 chemicals of concern and replacing it with 2, safer ingredients, or shown to be safer ingredients, is that actually they didn't take into consideration that one of the chemicals of concern actually had, in addition to this, listed function, it also provided a buffering capacity. So when you replaced it with 2 good chemicals, that went away, and then this cleaning formulation went to one of the pH went to one of the extremes. And then even though all the ingredients, as far as you can tell by green screen and or the Chem Forward chemical hazard assessment, they're all, safer ingredients. The formulation itself was not safe for the workers because of the extreme pH. So I think the consideration is not just on an ingredients level, but on a formulation and materials level, if the idea is to get to holistically safer products.
Thanks, Art. I'm watching our time, and we have Anne, Elaine, and Meredith wanting to comment on this question. I would urge us to start combining comments, just so that by the time our panelists need to leave at 4:45, we've kind of gotten through them all. So yeah, Anne, if you have thoughts on this one as well as the second one as well.
Thank you. Anne Blake, I think I do have a combination. I'm hoping these comments are additive, and sometimes it's helpful just to hear some of the threads and pull them through a little bit. So a couple of things I'm trying to hear, that I'm hearing, and I wanted to reiterate Kelly's point about what are we trying to do, and Art's building on that, saying we need to approach it from a holistic point of view, material point of view. So I think what Armin, you talked about having a slower process and fewer products, but what we're trying to balance is greater impact, right? So if you have multiple, and then I think that takes us into what I'm hearing repeatedly is that you have to look at all the ingredients, combined functionality. And one example that keeps coming up for me is the nail products work that we've done with L'Oreal and Berkeley Center. I think DTSC was part of that. But what was striking to me about the way the students approached that is that they pulled apart different pieces of the formulation, and that led to whole different formulations and different arrays of alternatives, safer alternatives. So yeah, when you have materials and chemicals functioning together, that's when you'd start to approach a product with multiple chemicals of concern together. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm losing my articulation late in the day. So that's sort of my answer to question 2 as well, is like when an alternative system, when you're trying to approach a functional and a performance, a functional performance, a functional use, and the alternative is a different system, I think that's another reason that you take on multiple chemicals in a product. I'm hearing the example of tires as one, but I think also formulated products like nail products, the alternatives can be quite different if you're trying to achieve a function, but it gives you a broader array of alternatives. I hope that's helpful. And I think I answered 2 questions, so next.
Efficiency. I have Elaine next, I think. Okay.
So just to build, I think, really on this idea of the material or the what the goal is. It's taking me a while to even get my head around how based on the presentation, which gave very clear examples of where this has been an issue. And I just don't see like a sort of general considerations, but what I'm wondering is in the context of SB 502, where you're again, based on some product, and tires seem to me like a good example, or some of these building products, where you're seeing a product that's a red flag, and you've got your priority list of chemicals, and there's lots of them associated with a particular product. Is there a way to now hear assessments that are in the literature, or wide-ranging research and assessments that are sort of done on these, or different things that are out there in terms of, I'm just, to me, and again, maybe it is the late in the day, but I think more than late in the day, I think this is just what you've posed is challenging, and I'm struggling to see how you do it in a way that actually gets at those safer products without, sort of putting so much burden on everyone, and it's not even the burden, it's just how do you pick, and how do you go forward, and how do you actually operate. I think it's the operationalizing the idea. So I see the idea, I see your challenges, and I see what you're potentially trying to do, but when it comes to actually operationalizing, it's less clear to me. And I do wonder, though, that if in the context of SB 502, which has this goal of being able to pull on and access things that are out there, but maybe not fully realized, is if there's a way to sort of take this problem and that authority and come up with something that might actually advance the goals of identifying ways that these products could be made safer.
Thanks, Elaine. Meredith.
So I think it's helpful to hear the panel struggle with this, because this is something we get asked about repeatedly, on comment letters on our rulemaking and our stakeholders. So it is something that just continues to come up, and to just have it in high relief that this is a very heavy lift, I think is important for us to be able to convey to the people who would like us to go down this path. And we're not saying we're not going to go down this path, but we have to eyes wide open if we decide to pursue it. The other thing I just wanted to point out, just reemphasize, was that when you have the staggered potential effective dates on the timelines, that opens up the opportunity for people to do substitutes, depending on how the rulemaking, how it all comes down. But that potential for a regrettable substitute, or even for a substitute that maybe isn't fully regrettable, but we have no transparency and no idea why they moved to a given alternative. The longer that time period is between a rule, when the rule is adopted and when it's actually effective and they have to start reporting, the more challenging the more challenging our position is going to be.
Helen, please.
Helen Holder. So you raised this point about articles versus formulated products. So I just feel like I have to kind of weigh in on this. I mean, you've correctly, understood that it's going to be a pretty different, assessment of a formulation or a single material type than articles. And so just sharing a little bit of insight from like the Ross program, many years ago, they had to really develop the idea of a homogeneous material, which I don't really want to get into because it's a bit of a rabbit hole. But it's going to be really, I think, more appropriate. It's going to be more appropriate and maybe more successful if you're focusing on a single type of material or a formulation. What maybe is a little less appropriate would be to take two different materials that might be in the same product. So let's just say the outer casing of a piece of electronics and something that's on an internal component. Right. I think you guys already know that, but I'm just kind of like making sure we're super, super clear that trying to combine those two really different things in an article, you're not actually necessarily making that better for the responsible entity by doing that. Whereas the formulation, or even at the material level, might be a little more sensible, like to say like, okay, we're going to look at, the outer casings of electronics. That's theoretically one material type, as opposed to trying to get mixing and matching different levels of components within a very complicated multi-component or multi-part product.
Jack Leinard, I was just told in defense of formulators, but formulations. I just want to point out that if you are, and I'm speaking mostly about personal care and home care products, if you know you've got to do 2 changes in a formulation, 2 priority chemicals, oftentimes it's far better for the formulator to actually do them simultaneously using a statistical design, experimental design approach. Because if you do it sequentially, it'll take you one path. And then if you then make another change, you may not get to the best result. But if you try to put it together in one experimental design with as many factors as you can, with all the right experiments, you might actually, and usually do, end up with a far better result for the endpoint desired. So it's not necessarily bad to do 2 changes. If you know you're going to do it, then I would say seriously consider it as a possibility.
Mike wants to follow up on that one.
And I didn't want to drop my tent, but I totally agree with what Jack was saying. Sometimes when you're modifying a formula and you do it multiple times, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And you're trying to compare your first formula to your last formula to see if they're at parity. And by the time you make 10 changes, that parity, because you're doing parity one at a time, your formula is nothing like that original formula, and consumers don't like it anymore. So you've got to look at why are the products being sold. But to me, what's nice about looking at it, multiple chemicals at once, is you sort of force innovation in mind. Sometimes you're looking to get rid of like one chemical at a time, you're just substituting. But if you're doing a whole array, you're going to come up with a totally different way, perhaps, to get that product to work, to be what consumers want. We've got examples where we're constantly looking at candidate chemicals in our own list. And so we reformulate around that, but as a whole continuum, they're all included all the time. And sometimes you have to be truly innovative. And this might be a good way, if you're looking at multiple chemicals, to start suggesting some of the green chemistry initiatives and projects. And maybe, industry can, get together and fund an initiative to look at how could we do this type of product differently to get it on the market effectively. So it kind of going back to what Kelly Grant was saying, is how do you get that in there? That might be one of the ideal ways to get in. And we're not looking for you to substitute one chemical with something greener, but we're looking at how do we produce a product that is totally different than the way the product was produced before.
Great. I feel like we're entering into question 3, the domain of question 3 around, the capacity of various manufacturers to undertake evaluations of multiple chemicals, and hearing that for at least formulated products, this isn't out of the question, especially from an innovation standpoint. But other comments on this question number 3 of where's their readiness to do this from a capacity perspective in industry? I'm hearing caution around articles and, what you might take on in that article, to almost consider various components of that article as a separate product almost. But other thoughts around question 3. And please take on other questions too. We'll hold on question 4, but if there's other comments on the earlier questions, please take the time to do so. Other other comments here? Julie, do you have any, you work so much in this space too. Any insights from you on these first three questions? Not to put you on the spot, but.
No, I think it's been pretty well covered that there are challenges, and yeah, I would echo Helen's comments about, combined function in a formulation is very different than different components in an article and everywhere in between. So no, just, yeah. Thank you though
Great.
for the opportunity.
Well, if we don't have any additional comments on question number 3, we can move to the last one, which is how can we leverage computational tools to enhance the evaluation of multiple chemicals in a product? Any tools that are out there that can help us do this? Suzanne, if you please start us off.
It's not a tool that I've used myself, but I'm aware of a couple of online tools that people are using. For example, I just actually sent a reference to Jen, but there's a paper out in Scientific Reports on the MRA toolbox. So that's the Mixture Risk Assessment Toolbox. And this is an open access database that's available. And you can do concentration addition, you can do independent action, you can also look at quantitative structure activity relationships. So there are tools out there to use. I think it's a matter of just evaluating them all to see which ones serve your needs the best, which ones are high quality, which ones are maybe, more smoke and mirrors than actually working well. But it seems like the field is moving in that direction, and that there are some online tools available that you could use to mix and match and see which combinations are going to be more of a concern, for example.
And maybe I'll just add a comment on this one, which is more in the hazard space, but I think that the team knows about the GHS mixtures rule that's out there, right? So at least in the formulated product space, that there are rules that are applied to formulated products to assess the overall safety of a product, right? So those are well established and well used. So it's not out of the question for formulators to be thinking in this domain about the full product safety using GHS mixtures rules. And the A4, the Association for the Advancement of Alternatives Assessment, had a presentation last fall, a workshop on mixtures and thinking about hazard assessments. And we did have a presentation on the GHS mixtures rule. It's important. I mention it because there's some important caveats in the utility of this tool, some black boxes, if you will, that people, in terms of how people use it. So there's some cautions there about the utility of its approach as well. Jack, you had a comment.
Jack Leonard. Again, it's a comment I had already made, but I thought since I'm answering this question, experimental design is going to be used by many formulating companies. So not that you have to have an expert statistician on staff, but you should have somebody who can understand the processes that were being used to come up with an optimized product if you have more than one change that you want to make. So that can get quite complicated. And so I just thought, not that you need a statistician on staff, but you need somebody who knows who can understand what formulating companies actually did.
Anne.
That's indicative of my state of articulation, I think, with my tent flying around. Once again, speaking well beyond my expertise, and deferring also to my colleagues on the call, including Art, who I think was part of this conversation. I believe there are tools like product design tools that chemical engineers use. It would be interesting to engage chemical engineers in the discussion of how they approach the problem as they redesign products and form particularly articles. But once again, I don't know very much about this, but I just remember this coming up in another conversation. Remember this in the last December? No, anyway, never mind. We can follow up offline.
Please, Mike.
Okay, and I am not doing a comment here on that. As Molly mentioned, we do have some additional questions for the panel, just in case we have a little extra time. Yeah, we'll call it our lightning round. So these are questions that the panel hasn't necessarily seen before, so we'll put them even more on the spot than normal. They, of course, put me on the spot more than normal because of my 4 questions. They've touched on 3 of them already. So we will go with the remaining one and see what y'all think about this. Should this approach for the multiple chemicals change for products where the chemicals of most concern are a combination of intentionally added chemicals, for example, phthalates as plasticizers, and contaminants, for example, styrene and formaldehyde? It would take longer to do the listing that way. What's the balance between including many chemicals of concern or how long it takes to list the product? So think about that. What is there a different approach if you're looking at an intentionally added product and then a contaminant that's going to be in the product? So yeah, we talked a lot about 1,4-dioxane. That's a contaminant. I don't think anyone in their right mind is intentionally adding that. But if you do those listings in combination, what do you think would have to change? And while you're thinking, I'm just going to toss it in. The hard part about that is oftentimes companies don't know about the contaminants, especially smaller companies. You know what people are telling you are in those products, but unless you've done the research and you know it's potentially there in 1,4-dioxane, there's a lot of literature. People should be looking for that at the moment. It's a hot topic, but other sources of contamination, people might not necessarily be looking for or know about. And you want to make sure that the entire group of responsible entities is able to respond to your request. If it's intentionally added, it's going to be a lot easier for them. But once you start that, okay, it's intentional and it's a contaminant, you're asking them to look at 2 different things. So I think you're going to need a very large amount of public interaction in order to do that, versus here's our candidate chemical list, and we're going to create a priority product. I do think there are differences around that. And I saw Andre wanted to comment, so I will stop digressing myself.
Seems to me that in just thinking about 1,4-dioxane, if you're looking for alternatives, given that it isn't added by anybody, there are a few. You still are kind of maybe looking at, do I use a different surfactant? Do I use the same ethoxylated surfactant, but like a higher grade, or that's one that's been hydrostripped or whatever it's called? So it's in that instance, it seems to me that the alternative you're looking at is not to the contaminant, but to maybe it's a different process or a different raw material that carries that contaminant with it. And so if you're looking at multiple chemicals, maybe you're still looking at ingredients ultimately. That was what crossed my mind.
Ann Blake, again, I think I'd go back to a comment I'd make before, is how do you balance slowing down the process to the kind of impact you're having? If this contaminant is also a high health or environmental impact, and how easy is it to substitute or make change, as you refer to with changing the process to remove 1,4-dioxane? I think those are the things you'd have to balance. How much of an impact are you going to have by listing the 2 together and slowing the process down?
Other thoughts on this mind bender of a question? As Elaine, rightly said, this topic is complicated. It's complicated from just wrapping our heads around the multiple chemical issues, but from a regulatory action perspective about how to act on multiple entities within a given product. No one's done it, right? So, but it's lovely to see the program thinking about this. And, from what Meredith said, that you're getting challenged all the time from the public to do this, and for us to really start to think together and to support the program and reconciling how can it be done. We're on the formative phase of trying to figure this out. So, but Suzanne.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly follow up on that. And maybe the first step in approaching this is to find the right computational tool or set of computational tools that would allow you to prioritize which combinations of chemicals it might make sense to look at first. Or maybe it doesn't make sense for a particular product to look at multiple chemicals. Maybe for one product, it makes more sense to focus on one, major offender, and then for another, maybe a combination of three. But I think being able to prioritize using existing data is really important, using a computational tool, or, should you be concerned about synergism or additive effects or, different chemicals that might be acting via the same mechanism.
Other just thoughts from the panel in general about this topic. Otherwise, I think we'll probably close it out and move to just closing remarks. Mike.
And this is almost more of a going back to a clarifying question, but I'm curious as to, under the regulation, if you can truly do a priority product that has multiple chemicals, or would you have to go the route where you're doing, here's one priority product with one of the chemicals, here's the next priority product with the next chemical, here's the third one maybe. Can you actually create a priority product that has multiple chemicals all listed at once, or do you have to do different ones?
I can take this one, Simona Balan. Yes, we can. And we actually have, right? At the very first priority product that we listed, children's sleeping products, has two candidate chemicals, TDCPP and TCP. That was, I guess, a fairly easy case because they both had the same function. And also, by the time the priority product was listed, manufacturers had already switched to other alternatives. So we did not receive any priority product notifications. There were no AAs. So we didn't actually get to experience the process and what that how it would have played out. But we definitely can. And I think the way the regulations are written, they do encourage us to list them together if we know that there are multiple chemicals of concern in the same product.
Andre, you want to follow up?
Yes, what Simona says is correct. And I think maybe what you're getting at too is, even if we do it sort of at one time, we're going to be, it seems to me that we may be needing to make a different case for each chemical. And then maybe there's also a case for, the synergistic effects or aggregate effects. So it's fairly complicated. So you might end up having to, in the case of TDCPP and TCP, I think, there was maybe enough sort of overlap in the hazards and routes of exposure that we kind of just lumped it, but it might not always be possible to do it that way. And so we might, when we were kind of running through this topic, we might be saving time just from the sort of administrative part, the rulemaking part, but the science part's still going to be maybe double the effort.
Julie, I think you have a comment.
Yeah, in thinking a little bit more about all the comments, I had a couple thoughts. The work that I do in, articles, more like what Helen mentioned in terms of engineering materials, we often do struggle with alloy designs. They're not a formulation in the same way, but, you might have multiple metallic elements in an alloy that you would want to target, for instance, at once. Another thought that came to mind is from a design perspective that, yes, changing one thing, which was mentioned earlier by one of the other panelists, can lead to changes somewhere else. So going all the way back to the lead-free solder days, a big issue with going to lead-free solder was the need to change the polymer resins in the printed circuit boards so that they could tolerate the potentially higher melting points of the new alloys that were being considered. And so, you wouldn't want that moving into a different polymer that maybe does raise a chemical of concern or give an opportunity to get rid of one. So, the unintended consequences in the bigger design hopefully are captured in the AA. And then the last thought I had just on the last comment was going back to a comment Meredith made earlier that, we always think of the regulatory response being to replace the substance, but there are other options. And so that raised a question for me. If you had 2 or more chemicals simultaneously in a product, could the regulatory response be different? Could, for instance, you would have to label for one of them, but replace the other. Is that something that could come out of a process if you were evaluating them and regulating them simultaneously for the same product?
Does one of the staff want to take that?
There's a lot of nodding heads here. Yes.
I can't see it. I'm not in the... So the answer is yes. You could have
The answer is yes. I think there would be different responses or availability of different responses. But Ann Cooper? No?
I just had one quick question. I like Suzanne's idea of like figuring out where to start. And I just didn't know if anyone had any thoughts on where to start. Like not specific one, but what to think about, because there's something that popped in my head, but then I was like, but that's actually a really small one and it might have a lot of mom and pop groups and like maybe they're not positioned to do this. But I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on like when we're looking at, I know maybe more towards formulated, but formulated is a pretty huge realm. Like, I don't know if there are any thoughts, send them our way.
Well, again, we're at the beginning with this one, I think. So yes, starting, where to start, I think is a good place of where to end. And so thank you, everyone. And thank you, staff. I mean, these have been very thought-provoking questions and areas for discussion for all of us to engage with you on. I think the day's gone smoothly. I think there's been a lot of wonderful ideas that have been generated and also things to follow up on. So thank you. I don't know, Mike, if you want to say something before we just pass it on to Andre.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I think, the staff did an amazing job. They always do, but especially guiding Molly and I along the way to understand, what you were truly asking. Any technical glitches from this end, I take full responsibility for. But I also want to thank, not just the staff, but the panel. You guys have been very open. You've had some questions that you didn't feel necessarily that you were ready for, and you still put a lot of thought behind your responses and came up with some great responses. These meetings are always fascinating. I hope the staff got some useful information to ponder. I think we have some things to go back to next meeting. I know there was a request to get more on modeling that you took a note on. We'll talk perhaps more on these multiple chemicals in the future. But again, just thank you for the engagement all day long. And I guess that.
Yeah, so before we just pass it to Andre to close us out with some, where we're headed and some what might happen in December. Just a reminder around complying with Bagley Clean that even though we might all have additional ideas around some of these questions posed, that we're not supposed to discuss them outside of this panel. So just a reminder for that, a reminder for all of us around that. So Andre, if you want to close us out.
Sure. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Mike. And on behalf of the program, I want to thank the entire panel again for taking time out of your busy schedules to spend the day with us and share your wisdom, your insights, and your expertise. And we really appreciate not only your individual insights, but the dialogue and the give and take and the bouncing ideas off each other. You've given us a lot to think about, and we'll do what we always do, which is debrief and talk about what we've heard, and the conversation will continue within the program, so we can figure out how we can apply some of your ideas and insights to do our work better. And obviously these are some questions that have been on our minds that we've posed today, so we really do appreciate your input. And also wanted to thank some of our I wanted to call out Mike and Molly for doing a great job taking over, and for Art and Kelly for helping Mike and Molly and make the transition smooth as they transition into their new roles. I also want to shout out to our Green Ribbon Science Panel team, Michelle, Catlin, and Kyle over there, who have only in a couple of months really done yeoman's work and really set up an excellent meeting. I want to thank Heather Kessler for all the work she did on logistics, food, lodging, just really helped make things go smoothly. Our excellent presenters today, you've heard from a lot of our staff, including new staff, Ashley, Kathy, Lynn, Lay, and Lynn sort of pinch hit for Lay a little bit, Nicole and Armin. Also, our other team members that you've heard a lot from today, and Cooper and Simona, and all our staff who have worked on all the projects that you've heard mentioned today. So really, thank you. Hats off to all of you. Thanks to our wonderful director, Dr. Williams, for her ongoing support of our program. And we're just like 5% of this department, and we really are grateful for her ongoing support. So thank you so much, Meredith. And just thanks everybody again for making the meeting successful and valuable, and safe travels. Thank you.
And if I may, one more round of applause for our new co-chairs
Yay.
for making it through their first meeting.
And I think come December, we're going to see some new faces on this panel. So we're going to have even a more robust array of perspectives and expertise to offer this process come December. So that's super exciting. So thank you, everyone. And I hope you all will appreciate giving back 15 minutes of your time. So.
We'll officially close. Thank you.